like to call to order the Roselle Park Municipal Land Use Board meeting for February 24th, 2004. The first thing we're going to do is call the roll.
Mr. Nitchie?
Here.
Mr. Pacino?
Here.
Councilman Cassius?
Here.
Mrs. Kirsch?
Here.
Mr. Stevens?
Here.
Mr. Costello? Mr. Ortiz?
Here.
Mr. Rovina?
Here.
Mr. Baymonte?
Here.
Mr. Nickel?
All right, now let's salute the flag, please. My pledge.
I pledge to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I need to let you be aware of the public fire exits. There's one, and there's one, and in the event of an emergency, please walk, don't run to the nearest exit. Well, first of all, I should probably explain to you that I am the vice chair of the Municipal Land Use Board, and I'm sitting tonight because Mr. Harms is not here. All right, let us approve. Approval of minutes is next. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes from the January 27th meeting?
Yes.
And do I have a motion to approve?
Move the baby.
Mr. Nitchie moved for the minutes of January 27th to be approved. Is there a second?
Second.
Who was that? Okay. Mr. How do I say your last name?
Rovina.
Rovina has seconded it. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, the minutes are passed. All right, now we're going to have what we normally have is the public portion of the meeting. This part of the meeting is not intended to discuss anything that's on the agenda that we're going to be hearing later. And we have two things on the agenda. We have sign ordinances that we're going to be discussing, and we have a hearing that we're going to be hearing. Those two will have their own public portions. So if it is anything else that you would like to comment on, you are, as the public, you are welcome to come up as soon as we open the public portion, but that is the reason for this part of the public portion. If you have something to say about the other two, then please wait until that part of the public portion is opened later on. So do I have a motion to open the public portion?
I make a motion to open the public portion.
Mr. Stevens makes a motion. Is there a second? Mr. Nitchie? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone wishing to speak, please approach the mic right here and give us your name and address. Seeing no one, can I have a motion to close the public portion? That's Mr. Nitchie, and Mr. Stevens has seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, and now we are moving to the unfinished business, and we have no unfinished business. Our new business is ordinance 2400 awnings and 2401 signs. And at this point, let's see, Mr. Pacino and Councilman Cassius are going to leave the dais and explain to us the sign ordinances.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So the two ordinances before you for consideration have been passed by the Borough Council on first reading. It goes to you for your consideration and comment, and then it will return to the Mayor and Council for final consideration and hopefully adoption. I know that Inspector Pacino has been working on these two ordinances for some time, probably the better part of 1 or 2 years. And it's been a work in progress to try to make the two ordinances more friendly for businesses along the Westfield Avenue corridor. As we know, Westfield Avenue is a tough section to deal with because it is such a high traffic area. Most vehicles are traveling above the speed limit, And it's hard for people to see the businesses. The general nature is to get the businesses to have more exposure along the Westfield Avenue corridor. There are some other changes. We did some cleanup of the ordinance to make sure that it is compliant for, it is
Nothing contradicts.
nothing contradictory in other sections of our borough code. Do you want to add anything to that?
No, but I just want to thank the councilman for sitting with me and working so hard along with me on this. The whole thing is that, you know, we want to make it more attractive for businesses. We want them to survive. We want the people to see their signs, but yet not clutter the area with signage to where it's an overkill. So we worked on a proportion, you know, regarding size and quantity of the signs, and maybe some other things that will help them advertise, along with getting rid of the need for, let's say, permanent signs that are not permanent signs, just temporary signs. Businesses are just advertising their goods in the window. Under the current ordinance, it says that every sign that goes up needs a permit. Well, that's really kind of hard to even track, and, you know, and it just tells the business that, well, we're constantly going to be over here, want you to get a permit every time you're advertising something different. So we don't want to do that. We just, you know, as long as it's within the parameters of, you know, of what, you know, the window coverage, it should be fine, and it should be left alone.
I just want to also add, and then I'm sure we'd both be happy to take any questions. I was witness to several times when Mr. Polcino and I visited businesses, and the business owners did not mince words. They told us what they liked about the ordinance, what they didn't like, what they thought should be added, what they've seen in other towns that should work for Roselle Park, why doesn't it work? Well, we tried to incorporate a lot of those things in the ordinance to fit what will work for Roselle Park. So we're really happy with this. There is a couple of areas that need to be tweaked, a couple of typos. There's one in particular that I'm going to let Mr. Polcino discuss briefly before we take any questions. But this is something that we've reached out to the business community and basically said, what do you want to see? What changes do you want? What would make business more lucrative for you? What would make things more easier? And what would make Roselle Park more business friendly? So there's one area that I'd like Mr. Polcino to have some conversation about.
Well, one under the section G, under signs, permits, bonds, and license. We changed it to read permits.
Hold on.
Oh, you got it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not.
Which ordinance are you
It's
on?
G1, 4002, 403002 G1.
Okay. It says sign permits, bond, and license.
Right. Presently, it says, the change that should be, it says a sign permit shall be required for all signs regardless of size, excluding temporary window signs for businesses that do exceed 30%. Well, currently, our borough ordinance says that you're not allowed to exceed 30% of window coverage. So this typo should actually read, do not exceed 30%. Because if we'll leave it that way, then you just allow people to recover their windows with no permits, which is contradictory to what it should actually be. So that's a typo that, you know, we picked up when we reviewed it after it was made. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Again, this goes back to allowing people to say, you know what, we're having this, you know, we have this special today and put it in the window. Currently, the present sign ordinance says that you need a permit every time you change your sign in the window. So, you know, basically what we're trying to do is that, well, you need a permit for your regular sign, your regular permanent sign, but anything that you're advertising for, that you're selling on sale or whatever in the window, as long as it doesn't exceed 30%, it's fine. You don't need a permit for it.
Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
On ordinance 2400, why did we need to all of a sudden exclude residential?
But can you just say what it is? It's the
Yeah.
section 1 awnings.
on the ordinance 2400, section 1, letter A, first line, it says awnings are permitted on all retail buildings in all zones, and all of a sudden they extracted except for residential. So,
Okay, because of
Well,
that,
well, just be clear, we're making it permissible in residential zones.
correct.
Okay.
I get that part.
if I may, under the present sign ordinance, which is,
What page was it on?
it's C1, under the sign ordinance, 40-3002C1. It already states that awnings shall be permitted on all retail buildings in the borough in all zones. Okay, so that particular section was a different part of the land use book, and it contradicted this, so we wanted to keep it consistent. So we just,
So this was
one
misplaced.
says you can, one says you can't, this is a new one, so we eliminated the except residential.
This is kind of part of the cleanup that I was talking about. We can see a couple of, I mean, there might be a couple more out there, but that's one of them where we honed in on it and said, doesn't make any sense.
You want to be consistent.
Exactly.
Is it my understanding that you don't, the signs are like at 30% or whatever, so that you can still see in the building for safety reasons? So if the police
Well-
need to see what's going on inside, that the whole front of the building isn't all signs?
Well, basically, there's really nothing written that's really specifies that, but to go over 30%, then all of a sudden, you know, when you allow stores to put too many signs in the window haphazardly all over the place, then it loses its attractiveness. Okay, it becomes cluttered, and you're trying to keep it uniform and consistent, neat and clean, so this way, you know, and granted, the police could still see in, and the window's just not, things are just thrown up there to look like, you know, a mess, basically.
And explain the Westfield, why that's different again?
Well, like the
Westfield
councilman said, Westfield Avenue is a highway. It's Route 28, it's a highway. I know the speed limit is 35 miles an hour, but people do travel it fast. So a couple of the changes that we proposed was, basically, the front of a building, your permanent sign is allowed to be 10% of the building face of which the sign is attached to. Well, that's not a problem. That can still be seen. But yet, you're only allowed to have two signs, one in the front and one in the side. Well, the east-west traffic, how does a retail owner say, well, what side of the building do I put it on? And then it's only allowed to be 8 square feet. Well, who can see a sign of 8 square feet on Westfield Avenue when you're zipping by? So what we incorporated something from the ROB zone, which says that a sign is allowed to be 5% of the building face, or 60 square feet, which is ever less. And then we also allow them where applicable, because you do have some buildings that stand alone on Westfield Avenue, that are allowed to put them on both sides of the building so they can be viewed by both the east and west side traffic, a flow of traffic. And again, not all buildings are going to be able to put the signs on the side because they're all attached to the row. But the ones that are independent, you know.
Just from my perspective, just so the board maybe can see my thought process, you compare a business on Westfield Avenue to a business on Chestnut Street. They require different things to be noticed. On Chestnut Street, you're hopefully going a reasonable speed, and you can see the business without very much of a problem. On Westfield Avenue, if you're going, even if you are going 35 miles an hour, let's say 40 miles an hour, you're not going to have the pop of a sign that is small compared to the building that it's on, because the buildings are relatively large compared to Chestnut Street. So we're making this
More business friendly.
for the area that these businesses are in.
Okay, and what is it that you would like us to do as a board?
Well, the ordinance is for your review. My recommendation is for approval, pending the corrections that we've noticed. If the board sees anything to send back to council, we'll certainly consider it, and we'll go from there.
Excuse me, just a second.
Carl, what about banners where they're going to be permitted on Westfield
Wait a minute,
Avenue?
please wait, no questions except through the chair, please. Mr. Nitchie, go ahead.
What about the banners on Westfield, only on Westfield Avenue and how far from the building?
Okay, the banners, just give me a second here, because I'm lost here.
I don't know,
All right, the freestanding banners, which people call wind wavers.
If you all want to note, it's under the first section, number 14. It's a completely new section. I mean, it's a completely new subsection of section 9.
If you notice, a lot of businesses in other towns, they all have those red wind wavers basically sticking in front of their businesses. Well, you know, that's because people are going fast or whatever, they're traveling along, and it pops out and they see it. Well, we don't want them on borough property because then there would be an obstruction to cars, trucks, and pedestrians. So we told them that they would be permitted at 1 foot wide, approximately 8 foot high, those are the standard size of them, but they would have to be bracketed and attached to your building so that they wouldn't interfere with any kind of hazard, potential hazard. And they would be able to be put out during the day when you're open and have to come in at night when you're closed. Similar to the thing with the A-frame signs, the sandwich board signs, which council approved a couple of years ago. And basically that's it.
And banners are only going to be on Westfield Avenue.
Yes. Again, because, but then again, on Chestnut Street, they're allowed to have the sandwich board signs, and the traffic of Chestnut Street is 20, 25 miles an hour at best, and it's only a block and a half long. You know, so that's really not an issue. Also, if you go to BI3, there was an old ordinance that was left in there saying that it was 10% collectively, we eliminated that.
BI3 is there?
It was B, third page, yes, number 3. BI3. Then, as we go along, now we're in section C, where it says awnings and signs. Okay, if you go down to number 3, section A, it says the number of signs shall not exceed 2, provided, however, that only one such sign be installed in front of any building. However, all businesses facing Westfield Avenue corridor shall be allowed 3 signs, one such sign in the front of the building, and one such sign on each side of the building if applicable. Meaning, again, like I said before, if the building is standing independent, then a guy can put it on both sides because you want east-west traffic to see it. All right, now we're going to B, the next paragraph down. The maximum total area of the primary sign in the front of the building shall not exceed 10% of the wall, which is an existing ordinance. We added to it, section I, businesses facing the Westfield Avenue corridor shall be permitted one sign on the building face not to exceed 10%, which I've talked to people, it wasn't a problem, of the wall to which it's attached, and the other aforementioned permitted signs shall not exceed 5% of the wall to which it's attached, or 60 square feet, which is ever less. Then we go to illuminated signs. The only thing that we have on illuminated signs are pole signs. I know you see them all over town, but I've gone through this thing and I didn't see anything regarding illuminated signs. So what we did was, we took the requirement from the existing pole signs that are allowed, and we put down illuminated signs shall be permitted and shall not exceed 10% of the wall to which it's attached, so it matches the regular sign ordinance. The sign shall be lighted by internal means only, provided that the illumination shall not produce any significant lighting effect measured at a horizontal distance 5 feet beyond the sign. So what it says is basically, it can't project out more than 5 feet from the face of the building, which would only go out as far as the sidewalk anyway. And that's for all zones, okay? Then we go down to the temporary window signs, don't cover 30% of the window. And now, with respect to subsection C, which is number 4, okay? Pole signs shall be permitted, it used to say just in the B3 district only. Okay, but now we're going to allow all business districts facing the Westfield Avenue corridor subject to the following requirements. Now, B2 zones face the Westfield corridor, okay? And we just wanted to make sure that someone didn't get some kind of idea saying, well, now that they're allowed, we're going to mount one of these things on our roofs. So we specifically put in there, such signs shall not be mounted on roofs. So I'll give you a perfect example. Talking to one of the store owners in the B2 zone, wanted to increase the size of his illuminated sign. It's very tiny. And I explained to him, I said, unfortunately, you're going to have to go for a variance because you cannot change a non-conforming sign. Okay? And now that you're in the B2 zone, that sign is non-conforming, which was big, and he was claiming that yeah, but no one sees it because it's so small. This will allow him to do, you know, to have it to the requirements of what the ordinance was for the B3 zone. Okay? Now we're moving along, and now we're on F, general sign regulations, under letter F, 7. Temporary signs, that's correct. Temporary signs, including affixed banners and pennants, shall be permitted for specific public and semi-public events, for grand openings and special sales events. One temporary sign used by a business shall not be used more than, it used to say, twice a year for 45 days. Well, what we did was say, well, why not let them have it for each season? You know, whether it's the bars or the restaurants, you know, and so instead of making it for 45 days, not to keep on allowing all of these signs, we said, all right, we can have it for 4 times a year, but 30 days instead of 45 days. So it's still increasing the amount of times that they could have it. They're going to 120 days instead of 90 days. And no temporary sign shall exceed 5% of the wall to which it's attached, because basically a temporary sign said it can only be 6 square feet. Who's going to see a 6 square foot sign? You know, or 8%, no, to which it's attached, or 10% of the wall which is attached if the building faces Westfield Avenue corridor.
So we changed from 8.
And the permit would require from the zoning official. No banner can be affixed to a freestanding permanent sign. Okay. G we covered. That was an issue about the permits.
And then I is a section where we went in and we cleaned it up also. We got rid of a couple of the requirements or the restrictions. Number 4, you'll see this is under I, prohibited signs and sign activities. Portable signs, limited to, but not including family court signs. That was contradictory to the original requirements allowing sandwich board signs. We renumbered them, number 10, signs in a series which carry a single message. We got rid of that. We see no problem with a series of signs, especially if you have them in windows. Signs placed inscribed or on the fourth or of the roof. That we got rid of because why did we get rid of it? It seemed,
Well, it just didn't.
it's not conducive to what, what businesses are coming in and looking for. It's just superfluous language as far as we're concerned. And that concludes the sign ordinance. Now, I mean, when we go through it now, it doesn't seem like a lot, maybe it does, because we've been talking a whole lot, but it's something that needed to be done, it's something that's been worked on for a couple of years, and we hope that you'll agree that it will help out businesses, especially along the Westfield Ave corridor.
Does the board have any comments or questions? Now, Councilman, as far as the ordinances themselves, they were introduced at your council
Yes.
meetings, and the public had a chance to comment?
No, the public hearing will be at the second reading, which will be scheduled after we receive a review back from the Board of Land Use Board.
Oh, okay, so in other words, tonight is not the appropriate time for the public to
The public
comment.
hearing, the
They
public
will
hearing will be at the mayor and council meeting, where this will be scheduled for second reading, public hearing, and vote.
Okay, did everybody understand that? You want to just say that one more time so that...
The public hearing on this ordinance will be scheduled once the borough clerk receives a positive or negative review from the land use board, and everyone will have a opportunity to be heard and comment on this ordinance at the council meeting to which it is advertised.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, if there is no further discussion, is there a motion to, how do I want to say it?
To refer this back to the town council with the recommendation that they adopt.
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Ritchie and seconded by Mr. Stevens. Now comment. I would just like to make, before we vote, I'd like to make a comment. Thank you for your hard work. It may seem like it's little things, but these little things make a big difference when it comes to this town being a better place. And putting in the effort to do this, thank you very much. I think it's great.
Thank you.
All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? You may go back to your council with our recommendation. Thank you.
All right, enjoy the rest of your evening.
All right, now we are going to be taking a break for a minute while our, hello, how are you? Are you Trina?
Yes, I know.
Yes, we're going to allow, our stenographer to set up before we have the hearing. And then we will proceed, so we'll just be taking a short break. We will resume now, and the next part of our agenda is a hearing on 293 West Clay Avenue in Roselle Park. We have, it's nice to see you all. We're not used to having this many people. The way that it works is that we are a board of volunteers that have knowledge and training in land use in our town. We will be hearing the applicant's testimony, and we will be voting on two issues. We will listen to what they have to say. We will ask questions and interact with them. When that is done, we will open it to the public for comment. We value what you have to say to us because we will take that into consideration as we are making our decision, but it is not a dialogue with the public, it's comments. So then after the public has commented, we will then discuss among ourselves up here. Nothing is in private. And we will vote on these two issues. So as we go along, if there's more that needs to be explained, I will. But for now, we will open it up to Mr. Gates and let you take it from there.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wait, make sure that you can be heard in your mic. It's not on.
It's not on.
I don't want to turn it
Little
on.
button.
Just a little water on the top. Right there.
There you go.
Not on. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Yates. I'm an attorney for the law offices of William J. Courtney, LLC, in Flemington, New Jersey. And I'm here with my client tonight, Regina Mendez-Doman, who is the owner of Easy Fitness with G, LLC, and this relates to her application relating to the property at 293 West Clay Avenue. I have given the board a handout tonight. I just think it's sometimes helpful to gather all of some useful documents, including portions of the ordinance that I think will be relevant to help us all through this application. And I just want to make a few introductory comments and guide you through this. The page numbers that I refer to, they're down on the right-hand corner. They don't always appear on every page because they're overlays what's already there, but there is an index or a table of contents in front of the handout. Page 1 is, of course, the ordinance relating to the B1 neighborhood business district. That is where 293 West Clay Avenue is located. And I just point out to the board that, of course, the purpose of this particular business district is to promote the development in the neighborhood business districts that complements the uses and scale of the surrounding neighborhoods. Also tonight, I believe it's going to be useful to know that I'll refer to certain terms from the ordinance. First being the reference to the NISICS groups. And this is from the ordinance 40-601, which defines that term as being the 1997 edition of the North American Standard Industry Classification System. It's also going to be useful tonight to reflect upon the definition of the word use, which shall mean the principal purpose for which a lot or building thereon is designed, occupied, maintained, or intended to be used. The next page comes from the North American Industry Classification System. I printed this out today to point out that there is a minor flaw in the statute. With the reference to in the...
Excuse me, sir, what page are you on now?
The third page.
Okay.
You'll see it's the North American Industry Classification System. This comes from the Census Bureau, which is one of the agencies that monitors the system. Your ordinance refers to an NASICS, which was the very old term relating to this system, which was actually changed in 1997. Your ordinance defines the uses by reference to an addition that's out of date by any number of years. That 1997 edition has been replaced by additions in 2007 and now 2012. It may be a minor flaw, but it is something that could lead to confusion down the road. With that, I'd like to introduce my client. And would you like to have her sworn?
Yes, please. Do we have a Bible?
Not.
If not,
Just raise your right hand.
just right.
You state your name, ma'am, please.
It's Regina Mendez Gilman.
And swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth tonight.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Mendez, where do you currently reside?
I currently reside in Union.
You're the owner of Easy Fitness with Genie LLC?
Yes, I am.
And when did you form the business?
I formed the business in April of 2011.
Are you the only owner of the business?
Yes.
And when you first opened the business, where was it located?
It was on Chestnut Street in Union.
And when did you move the business to Roselle?
I moved it in November of 2012.
And you rent the space you're currently in?
Yes.
And when you moved in, did you fill out an application for a change of use?
The landlord actually filled out the application on my behalf.
And you filled out a business certificate of occupancy?
Yes.
And you described the business as health and nutrition counseling and services?
That's correct.
And the standard industrial code listed on that application was 621399.
That's correct.
I'm going to refer to page 4 of my handout. And can you describe this document?
It lists the types of businesses that are permitted under NASIX Code 621399.
And when you were involved in moving into the business, you referred to this document the coding system.
Correct.
Now, have you, in going through this, were there a number of activities listed here that Easy Fitness was going to be performing?
Many.
Can you go over some of those activities?
So we offer chiropractic care, massage therapy, nutrition counseling, and the group fitness classes.
You also have dietary consultations.
We do. So along with that, we have the supplements, nutrition shakes, vitamins, that sort of thing.
And herbal treatments.
That's correct. Detox.
And referring to this document, the NASIS Code 621399, I see listed on this code, well actually under Code 6213 would be chiropractors and dietitians' offices are followed, all in this group,
Right.
herbalists' offices,
That's right.
massage therapists,
That's correct.
and nutritionists' offices, correct?
That's correct.
So on the basis of these activities, you believe you fell correctly within that code classification?
I did.
Now, referring to, let's give the board a better sense of what you're doing over there. You maintain a website currently,
I do.
and have you maintained that website since November of 2012 when you applied to move into the location?
I update it all the time.
Referring to page 8 of the handout, can you describe what this page is?
This is a brief description of what the business is or who we are.
And is this from your website?
Yes, it is.
And is this portion substantially unchanged from the time you moved in November of 2012?
That's correct.
And can you describe some of the services that are listed on this particular page?
Services include group fitness classes, personal training, small group training, nutrition counseling, health workshops, chiropractic care, and massage.
Would you read the last sentence for the record, please?
That our goal is to provide women with the tools they need to be healthy and happy by offering a place where guidance, motivation, and support is a standard.
I'm going to turn to the next page. It says mission statement.
Yes.
Is this also a page from your website?
Yes, it is.
And what is this?
It's our mission statement is to enlighten, educate, and communicate the benefits of healthy living through friendly, energized, fun-filled instruction.
Now, I just want to talk about the business overall. I believe the zoning officer felt that your property is a fitness center.
Right.
Now, when I think of fitness centers, I think of places like Retro Fitness. Is your business similar to a Retro Fitness?
No. If someone came to my facility looking for a retro fitness, a Club Metro, a Bally's, they would be very disappointed. I don't have what those places offer.
And what do you offer any services that those places do not?
I don't think you're going to find a massage therapist at Retro. I don't think you're going to find someone to counsel you one-on-one on nutrition and not have to pay additional for it. I don't think you'll find a chiropractor who's going to be addressing issues with your back and your knees and your hips and your feet. You're not going to find that. And you're also not going to find the personal approach that I put in my business. I know everyone's names, I know their strengths, I know their weaknesses, I know who their children are. It's a personal thing. It's an individualized type business. It's not meant for a large gym. It's just not.
We're going to turn to the next page of the handout. This is also from the website.
Yes, it is.
Can you describe what's on this page?
It's the front page of my site, and under the pull-down menu of services, it lists the variety of services that we provide.
And what are some of the services that are listed here?
So it's chiropractic care, classes, ghost training, massage, and nutrition.
And what is ghost training?
GHOST actually stands for Go Hard or Starve. It's a approach to health. It's that you give everything within yourself to achieve your goal.
It's much more than going over to the weightlifting machine to see how much you can lift.
That's right. It's way more than that.
I'm going to turn to the next page. And this is a photograph.
It is.
And what is this photograph?
It's a photograph of my reception area.
Now, there's a window behind the receptionist desk.
Yes.
What is the purpose of that window?
So the purpose is I have members who have children, and some of them don't have a facility or a place or someone to look after their children while they're coming in and taking advantage of the services. So we offer a room that they can bring their children, the kids can play with blocks, they can read books, they can watch movies. That's the purpose of that room.
And is that part of the membership fee you charge?
It is. It's what, yeah.
And the next photograph,
The next photograph is our aerobic studio.
now, I'll give you that. And the next photograph,
The next picture is of me instructing women on exercises for abdominal strength.
on the next page, we just go through some of the attributes of the business. Is there on-site parking available there?
Yes,
And how many spaces?
we can accommodate approximately 15 vehicles.
Now, at any given time, what is the maximum actual occupancy of the business at that location?
So the largest class, I would say, has 20 people in it. And occupancy of the building, including the staff, 25.
And that's the most at any given time.
That's right. And we seldomly get to that number. We try and make it so that the classes are small in size, because I hate to sound maybe, I guess, fresh, but I touch my customers, I adjust my customers, I'm very hands-on with every single one of them, and if the classes are too big, I can't do that.
What are the hours of operation of the business?
We're open approximately 5 hours during the day, and the hours range. So any given day, it could be a 6 a.m. class, but then we're only open for that particular class, for that hour. And then we'll open up again later on in the evening at, let's say, 5 p.m., and then we'll hold classes till 9 p.m.
And in terms of the scheduled classes, they're held between the hours of either 6 and 11 a.m. or 5 and 9 p.m. at night.
That's correct.
And on Saturday and Sunday, those classes are held only between the hours of 8 and 11.
That's correct.
Now, what type of equipment do you have on this?
So most of the equipment is our yoga mats, blocks, dumbbells, stability balls, medicine balls, and then we have 3 treadmills and some spin bikes.
What's the principal purpose of the spin bikes?
So your women who are who have sensitive needs or can't do exercises that are impactful on their needs. So this is a way for them to get in a cardio-based workout without having that discomfort.
We've gone over the child care, chiropractic, massage, and nutrition counseling. We also do retail sales on the premises.
We do. So along with someone's plan, we suggest or recommend taking supplements, whether it's a multivitamin to help with offsetting the poor diet, or it could be D vitamins to address any issues that they might be having with depression, or it could be B complex vitamin to address issues that they might have with energy.
The next page, this is the current schedule of classes,
That's correct.
and all of the classes fit within the MLUBs we previously identified.
That's right.
In terms of the next page, can you describe?
So this was a promotion for our customers to take advantage of the chiropractic care that we offered, and also to get them familiar with the massage that we also offer. So we were offering a free massage for 30 minutes and a consult with Dr. O.
And the next page?
So the next page is a flyer for a health and wellness workshop. We try and hold these workshops as often as we can. This one in particular was explaining or looking inside the Western diet, also identifying eating habits the individual may or may not have, and then also trying some of the supplements we offer.
And the next page?
The next page is a financial wellness workshop that we held. So along with the support of healthy living, stress plays a large role in why someone could be having issues with their health. So sometimes it's a result of debt. And so we held this workshop to enable people to discuss options on how to clear up their debt or pay off credit cards.
Next page?
So the next page is from my website, and it just lists the products that we also offer, and body wraps, multivitamins, supplements, as well as the protein shakes.
And what is a body wrap?
So it's an herbal detox. It's a solution that you apply onto your skin, gets absorbed within your body, and it targets the fat cells, and then those fat cells are then released through your urine.
And the next page is an advertisement for that
Right.
program.
That's right.
Can you explain to the board why you believe your business is particularly well suited to that particular location?
It's a community-based business, and my demographic is your working woman or your stay-at-home mom. But for the most part, it's a community-based business. And in order for me to support the women of my community, I have to be in with them. So it made sense for me to be where I'm at.
Do you believe you compete with the large gyms on, let's say, Route 22 or Route 9?
You know, the services that we offer are very, very different. So I am no competition for a Retro Fitness or Club Metro. I'm no competition for them. They have, let's say, 16,000 square feet. They've got 2,000 square feet. They have a huge line of workout machines, leg presses, leg extensions, that sort of thing. They're open many hours. They're open from, let's say, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. So when you compare the two of us, it's like, it's silly.
Again, Sticking to the community theme,
Right.
turn to the next page and ask you to describe to the board what those numbers represent.
So this is basically the percentage of my growth since I opened to present, the growth in members or clients.
And it shows that in 2011, you had 51 members, and today you have 150 members.
That's correct.
And your growth in the Roselle Park residence has gone from 1 to 32.
That's correct.
And that significantly, for 2014, more than 100% of the growth has come from Roselle Park.
That's right.
Do you expect that trend to continue?
You know, I would hope so, that it would continue. Turnover is pretty high in any health facility, so I don't expect to grow to a large number. I don't expect to hit 200 to be honest. And honestly, I want to keep it small because by keeping it small, I get to really focus in on my clients. My clients get to see results, and then they continue to come back.
Do you expect the same percentage of growth to come from the residents of Roselle?
You know, I hope so. I hope the women of the community of Roselle Park start to see other women, their neighbors, their friends, their sisters, see the results that are coming from this support system. So yes, it's fitness classes. Yes, it's nutrition counseling. Yes, I'm helping you with your diet, and you're working with Dr. O. Absolutely. But it's also a network of women who are supporting each other, empowering each other, and I'm hoping that I could continue on that success of supporting other women.
Briefly, Mr. Yates, I have a question.
Yes.
Is this an application for a variance?
It's both. It's actually both an appeal of the zoning officer's determination and an application for variance.
Okay. Do you want the board
Mr.
maybe?
Rubin, it is my understanding that we're being asked for an interpretation of the ordinance.
And if we fail the interpretation, we're asking for a variance.
Variance.
I'm asking for an interpretation that the use is being described, permitted under the current ordinance,
Correct.
but if not, the use variance should be granted
That is
because the
correct.
site should be suited.
Okay, and notices have been, and went out for the use variance application?
Yes.
Oh, we should have cleared that up right away, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's,
Yeah.
I wasn't 100%
Thank you.
sure.
Yeah.
So really, the board should look into, it's a two-pronged approach. And first of all would be, do you agree with the zoning officer's interpretation?
Right.
And then we proceed. So maybe, I don't know, to move this along, maybe look at that first, because there's other testimony from the D variance.
Well, I see what you're saying. But go ahead, Mr. Rubin.
I was suggesting that basically a lot of the information would be useful for both. For example,
Oh, definitely.
ties to the community and specific benefits of that neighborhood of having this business are basically the ordinance.
But the first is pretty simple. You determine if the zoning officer made a proper decision or not, and then we go on from there.
If you'd like to do that first, I only have one comment, it's a legal one, and that's in the packet. The board would look at pages 6 and 7. This is from the state of Delaware, which requires its businesses to register by ACES code number. This is page 6 and 7. This is from the state of Delaware website. New Jersey does not have the same system, but in Delaware you have to list your ACES numbers when you register the business. The last business on page 7, Wellness Corporate Solutions LLC, falls under two groups, 6213 and 7139, which are the two codes implicated in this application. 7139 is what I believe the zoning officer felt should have been the proper code classification. But again, a business can have multiple numbers.
Excuse me, just so that I can understand what you just said. On page 7, the Wellness Corporation Solutions LLC
Right.
falls under, has 4 descriptions.
It has, that's right, and 2 of them, the second and third, one is 621399, and the second one is fitness and recreation, it's 5713.
And for the purpose of the board, I'm going to read the business description out loud. Or would you read it?
I'll be happy to.
Okay.
Provides customized high-impact wellness programs for corporate clients and government entities nationwide. WCS works within a client's unique corporate culture to assess their requirements, define a vision, and create a comprehensive and sustainable solution for worksite health and wellness. WCS works with groups of all shapes and sizes, from single offices with 50 employees and multi-state corporations with 150,000 employees.
Okay, so this is the business that you're comparing Easy Fitness with Genie to.
And I will just ask Jeannie, with respect to that particular description, other than the magnitude of the size of the business, how similar or different is your business from that?
Very similar.
Okay, so is there anything else you would like to say, Mr. Yates, before we discuss?
Well, maybe I'll briefly go into what happened. The zoning officer came to me.
Wait. I want to give him the...
Well, he can reply too, just give him a little history.
Just to let you know where I am in this, I do have more testimony to be elicited from my client with respect to the D variant situation. If you want to go on interpretation, I think we can proceed at this point.
Okay, so now...
Yeah, first, but just for a simple interpretation, it's difficult doing interpretations. If you got, well, in any town, there's an old ordinance, and maybe when this ordinance was drafted, these uses didn't exist. And there's a lot of uses that did not exist when this ordinance was drafted. But the ordinance is an exclusionary ordinance, means that if it's not listed, it's not included. It's not an two forms of ordinance. Exclusionary, where you exclude things, everything else is permitted. And inclusionary, where you only list what is permitted. And the ordinance, it's a tough call. The zoning officer came to my office and said, institutional and public uses. It sure sounds like institutional and public use, but it only listed one use in the code, stating sports teams and sports organizations were the only ones permitted, sports clubs. And I agree with a lot of their testimony, what they're saying, except for one. They do exercise equipment. There is stationary bikes, and there is an open floor, and there is an open floor mat. And that, in the codes, are listed under a different section. It's under the 70, the arts and recreation, arts, entertainment, and recreation. So based on that, the wellness, we felt that was included. The retail sales are definitely included. A consultation, in-house consultation, we felt was included. Homeopathic, sure, that we felt that was included. But the exercise portion of, we felt this use was not included in B1 zone. So the zoning officer, they normally defer to safety to this board. So by giving a denial, the applicant said, hey, you know what? Even though we gave you a denial, doesn't mean that if you want, please go before the board with an interpretation. So it's not something that's negative to say, hey, we really feel it's not included in our ordinance, but to be fair to you, you can go before the board and give it an interpretation. So that's what the interpretation or the appeal of the zoning officer's decision is. And if you so feel that that determination by the board doesn't fit that ordinance, you can then go for D variance, is what they're looking to do. So the first part is under our ordinance in the B1 Neighborhood Business District, under E, institutional public uses, it listed something that's very similar, Code 7100. But under that code, 71211, it's really related to sports clubs and organizational clubs more than, so what is permitted there would be, say, if a soccer club wanted to have a clubhouse, if a volleyball club wanted to have a clubhouse, they could do that there. It's kind of odd. You could have a clubhouse there, which could be a sports organization, but it does, that code does not relate to exercise areas. We felt that it was closer to the determination of the zoning officer, health studios with physical fitness. We felt it was closer to that, and in the codes, that wasn't permitted. It was our opinion. So, I know it's splitting hairs, but that's what zoning officers do, is, you know, they're being maybe a little bit overly safe in the interpretation.
Though there's a reason why you make the codes say what they say. Hopefully they're going to be followed by what it says it is, and if there's a reason to change it, then that goes before the council to do that.
That's correct. That's up to
So we are
council.
only here to...
Right, we're only here to review what we see, and again, I felt a number of the uses, the majority of the uses they're listing are permitted, but the exercise area, the bicycles, we feel that it's under a different section, it's not permitted in the B zone.
Okay, so without stopping the process, we at this point would discuss the relevance of the ordinance as it stands in respect to her
Yeah, you can
business.
ask the applicant additional questions based on what, you know, and then you make that determination and make that vote under the appeal. And if if the appeal is positive, then the zoning officers just go ahead and sign off. If the appeal is negative, then they're going to continue on with the D variance application.
Okay, fine.
And just one other issue, and it was raised in my letter, is that, you know, these type of uses in our interpretation, if it is exercise classes, they have parking, larger parking demands than the use that was there. So we create parking variances.
So I'm just going to, if we voted that it was, that our interpretation was it did include this, do they then still need the D variance?
If you vote, they still need it. I would
Because
interpret
there's still the
that
parking.
that's the C variance,
Oh,
the
C.
bulk variance, and then, you know, then they couldn't go for permit. You still have to hear that as a planning board, as of right land use.
Mhm.
Yes, so you're
So
correct.
there's-
It's a little bit complicated.
It's a little complicated, and then, so then if the board says that the use does not conform to our ordinance, then that's voted, and that ends that issue. And then we go to, they now are asking for
They keep on
D variance,
continuing
and
on.
we continue with
Yep.
the...
And then the proper notices, and they'll give you a good testimony today.
Okay, my concern, I'll need to ask our attorney on this, is that we have the public here that wishes to contribute their comments. Do we have two public portions for this, or do we have just one, or how do we handle that?
I don't know if there is a public portion comment on that.
Well, I mean, on the interpretation, it's really, it's the factual question, but it's a decision by the board.
Can't hear you.
There would be some public comment on the interpretation issue as well, I believe. Yeah. May I clarify, did the zoning officer make a ruling on whether, was a zoning permit issued for exercise equipment? I'm assuming no, right? He did not interpret the ordinance as to whether or not it applied to the exercise equipment that's in the building, right?
To the best of my knowledge, the zoning officer came to me, asked for my opinion on it, and we sat down and we looked at the ordinance and made that determination.
But I mean, the determination didn't deal with,
Exercise equipment, no, we felt that the exercise equipment was not permitted by the B1 zone.
oh, you did, that was part of the decision?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And one thing else for the board is, any determination, the use, it goes with the land, so that's really for the D variance. So anything, decide, once you make a decision, it stays with the land, not with the applicant.
All right, so at this point, does the board have any questions they would like to ask the applicant in this regard? Or would you like to wait until after the comment of the public?
If we ask a question now, we'd have to deal with whether or not we agreed or disagreed with the existing ordinance as opposed to...
That's all we're asking right now,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, and really, Yeah, the first decision really is whether the board agrees with the interpretation of the zoning officer as to whether the uses that are permitted, and whether the use that you indicated was not permitted is not permitted.
Gotcha.
Does the public understand that? Okay, so then I think we should have allow the public to speak.
I don't know.
Are you through with your testimony on the interpretation issue, Mr. Gates?
So the only thing I do want to point out, it's not in terms of testimony, but it is the definition of use. Because it says, use shall mean the principal purpose for which a principal building thereon is designed, occupied, maintained, and continued to be used. So we're talking here where apparently the zoning officer has segmented business and said, yes, there are a variety of activities being performed here, any number of which are okay, but we find one which is not okay. And yet, the question remains, what's the principal purpose? Because if we just have a collateral, if the exercise is collateral to a wellness program, which is otherwise allowable, shouldn't it otherwise be a permitted use with that? So,
Okay, I do have a question. That brings up a question for me. And I'm looking at the page that has her exercise schedule classes on it. And my question is, what percentage of your business are those? Because that looks to me like that takes up all your time. That you're open.
Well, there are.
I don't know what page it's on. Can somebody?
page 15.
It's on page 15.
But the zoning officer is allowed to do that because you don't need exercise equipment and exercise floor space to give consultation on nutrition, to be a chiropractor, or to do wellness. You can go to a nutritionalist, a lot of them work out of their homes in small offices. So that's what I felt. There's a lot of uses here. It's just like I'm an engineer. Doesn't mean I could sublease my office to someone that's not related. So exercise equipment is really not a part in our determination. A large floor plate of open space and yoga mats and equipment and exercise equipment is not accessory all the time to wellness or nutrition.
Okay, so for the record, the application package that we have says, the page says interpretation or special question. And then this is what your applicant wrote. It's the statement of contentions as to such interpretation or construction. And if this is what we are determining now. Applicants seek interpretation of zoning ordinance that use of premises for health and nutrition counseling services with fitness instruction and group classes is permitted in the B1 zone. The use is not a gym, there is no weightlifting, all activities are scheduled. Applicant provides individual counseling and evaluation and provides individual health and wellness program. So with that in mind, then you heard from our planner who in a letter to the board, where would be the best place for you to do the summary of this?
Actually, the second paragraph, I think.
The second paragraph. The Borough of Roselle Parks Ordinance currently utilizes the NAICS code description system to evaluate permitted uses. This existing parcel of land is located in Roselle Park's B1 Neighborhood Business District. The ordinance does not list the proposed use as a permitted use. Using the NAICS code's health and nutritional uses would be under Section 71, Arts, Entertainment, and Recreation, closely resembling 713940, Health Studio Physical Fitness. Currently, the B1 zone only permits Section 71211, which is considered sports teams and clubs. The difference of what is permitted is closely tied to a team and club sport, not something open to the public. Based on the review of the borough's ordinance, I find that the use is not permitted and a D1 variance is required for this use. We have to consider what we've heard, what we've been asked, what we've heard, and anybody have any more they would like to ask before I open it to the public?
Do you have we have a schedule here of easy fitness, do you also have a schedule for nutritional counseling or herbalists or?
So that's basically open. So most of my clients work, so I'll schedule individual appointments with them depending upon what's convenient for them. So if 6 a.m. is what's convenient for them because they want to do their consult before going to work, then that's what I'll do. If the time frame is more if the time frame of after work is more convenient, then I will schedule something with them after 5 p.m. If Saturday morning is more convenient, then I'll do it then. I'm available to address anything that they need at any time.
Oh, that makes me want to ask the question of your credentials, please. So you are a registered nutritionist?
I'm not a registered nutritionist. I do have a nutritionist on staff. My background is basically 17 years within working at other health facilities, other gyms. And my specialty is I've only worked with women. I follow the paleo diet, and that's what I find works best for women. And my special, it's just my background. It's my work history and my ethic, and that's pretty much it.
So when you were saying that you make schedule appointments with the women, you schedule them with you on the nutritional counseling or with the certified nutritionist?
With both. With both. So it could be with me initially, and then if I can't address some of the issues that they're having with their diet, then I would take it over to my other partner.
And how's the chiropractor work? Does he have a seat there and everything, and he has appointments and does the corrections and adjustments there?
Yes, he has an office. We have an office set to the side for his services. He is he has a private practice during the day, and then he comes to our facility after 5 p.m. and we schedule appointments with our clients.
So is he an independent contractor?
Yes. Yeah.
And is the massage therapist also an independent contractor?
Yes.
So you have no group dietary or nutritional programs? The only thing you do group-wise is exercise?
Group-wise, for nutrition, we do hold workshops. So we had one very recently that unfortunately got scheduled due to the snow. So we'll get women together. We'll set up an appointment that we're setting aside this hour to discuss any nutrition needs. But for the most part, what we discuss is identifying the different eating habits, and then identifying, okay, well, these are some ways to improve upon those eating habits. Prior to this one, we had a workshop that was labeled Sugar Blues. You know, why at 3 p.m. we're all kind of not so in a happy place. And we offered advice on we offered information as to how you get to that point, and then how to prevent to getting to that point around 3 o'clock.
About 20 years ago, there was a really good book written called Sugar Blues.
Is that right?
Yeah.
We've also held workshops on cholesterol, how to improve upon your cholesterol, increasing your good cholesterol and decreasing your bad cholesterol. We try and hold these workshops once a month, but sometimes weather situations don't allow that. And to offset those sort of things, I try and I send out an email to my members with nutrition tips. I send them recipes. I post recipes on the website as well. We do a superfood of the month. We highlighted kale one month and offered a recipe on kale chips. So that's sort of what we do.
Are your workshops free to the public?
Typically, we like to keep them small so that everyone's questions or concerns can be addressed. I have on occasion opened it up to people who are not members. I am part of a forum within Roselle Park on Facebook. So I'll post up on Facebook forum that residents of Roselle Park, if they would like to take part in a workshop, they're welcome. Most recently, we did the wellness workshop for helping deal with stress stemming from credit card debt, and I opened that up to whomever wanted to attend in the community.
What percentage of your clientele are nutrition only?
Nutrition only? It's a package. It's a package. No one really comes in just for nutrition. Yeah.
So the nutritional counseling is part of the exercise and fitness and wellness and all of that.
Yeah, it's a plan. It's mind, body, and soul. It's having the support of other women to talk to and to vent and to get away from your stresses of your home life, your job life, whatever you want to call it. And then having professionals like I have a health coach, and then there's the nutritionist, and then there's the doctor, and then there's a massage therapist just to address any issues you may have in those avenues with those individuals. And then we have the instructors, the trainers, who are certified in helping someone address issues with their weight. Yeah.
Your chart here says members, and you've mentioned members.
Yeah.
How do you define members? Is it on a monthly basis, weekly, annual? And I have some follow-up questions to that.
Okay. So anyone who's enrolled in a program is a member. So those numbers are different every month. Some are, it's not a long-term agreement that you're signing into, it's a month-to-month agreement. So if 1 month you take advantage of the services and you find that you're at a place where you can stand on your own and you don't need additional support, then you cancel your membership, and best of luck to you in maintaining that that healthy living, that healthy lifestyle. So so it's month to month, I guess, would be the best way to answer the question.
So are these numbers based on an average? Or a specific number every month?
Right, it's pretty consistent.
And how do you deal with walk-ins, or you don't do walk-ins?
We do walk-ins, absolutely. So if someone walks into my facility and says that they're interested in utilizing some of the services, we make an appointment. I give them a complimentary consult with Dr. O, a complimentary consult with me. We'll go over what their needs are and whether or not we're able to meet those needs. We set them on a plan, and then once that plan is in place, I then propose what the fees are. Your fees are $35 a month. Everything within this plan is under this one fee. There are additional fees if you wanted, let's say, if you wanted someone to go grocery shopping with you and to help you plan out your meals, then that's something that would be additional.
And between your enrollment, membership, and walk-ins, what is your average of time?
So classes are held even if there's one person in the class. So on average, I'd say we have about 8 to 10 in the class. And I mentioned that we can hold up to 20 in a class because that's what the space permits, the room permits comfortably. And also so that the instructor has the ability to help everyone. One class at a time. Yeah.
No, I have a question about this child care. You have a license for that?
No, I don't have a license for childcare.
So you said that you gave a free membership, free childcare including the membership, correct?
Well, the childcare is not really childcare. It's more like a child watch, I guess. It's a room that's set off to the side with toys and someone who will look after your child while you're getting an adjustment or while you're sitting with someone.
Just as a technical matter, the parent is always on the premises.
Yeah.
This is that you can't drop a child off in and take off. The parent is on the premises. This is like ShopRite, as you
Okay,
said.
but the parents is doing the exercise, correct?
That's correct.
So who is watching the time of the child?
We have a babysitter. We've got a receptionist, and I really get to know my customers and really get to know their children. And a lot of the time, you'll find me in there with the kids, along with the babysitter, playing with them.
If you did not have the exercise portion of your business, if you were just the health and nutritional counseling, you wouldn't have a business.
No, I wouldn't. It's a one-stop shop, basically. It's a one-stop shop for health and wellness, and fitness falls in line with that. You couldn't possibly reach your health goals if you're not taking a class. And that doesn't mean that you have to take a cardio-based class. We offer yoga classes where it's meditation and relaxation and stretching. These are all things that are beneficial for some of the stresses that women face.
Okay, so
I have another question about the financial help.
Yeah.
What is that mean? Can you explain that? How do you help the customers of giving them the financial advice? Do you have your license for that also?
No, so I brought in a consultant from a company called Prime America.
That's an insurance company.
Prime America?
Yes, it is an insurance company.
I think they offer a variety of services and financial support, whether it's where you should invest and how you can clear up debt, life insurance. There's also there's a variety of support that they offer, but that was one of them. And
that's also part of your program?
that was a complimentary workshop that we offered to address some of the stresses that people find from debt.
Okay, we would like to, at this moment, open the microphone to the public for comment, but I'm going to have our attorney clarify what kind of, not what your comments should be, but how we would want to be addressing the comments that you would give.
It's kind of unique. This is a stage one of this application. This is really, the board is acting, the board's first decision is whether this use is permitted in this, in conjunction with the ordinance that governs this zone. So in that context, there may be facts or testimony that members of the public have that bear on the application of the zoning ordinance to the facts of this business. So there may be people that have particularly relevant testimony as to what goes on there, what does not go on there. But the testimony really would be limited to the facts that you may or may not have about the business. If the board does not agree that the interpretation allows one, some, or all of the uses that are there, then the applicant would proceed to a use variance stage where comments as well as testimony or facts would be permitted by the public. So I know that's a little confusing and technically hair-splitting, but that's sometimes what the board is asked to do. So if anyone from the public on the question of what this business does or doesn't do, if they have any facts or testimony in that regard that they think are relevant, they're free to come up and state that to aid the board.
Okay, I have a motion to open the public.
So moved.
Second it.
Second, Mr.
They
Stevens.
could use this microphone here.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, we open the portion to the public for comment, please. Is there anyone willing to speak and wanting to? May please come forward. We need your name and address first. Aw.
Hi, my name is Ann Collis. I live on...
Wait, slowly, please, and our stenographer has to get it.
My name is Ann Collis. I live on...
Spell it.
Oh, Collis.
Okay.
I live at 170 East Cliff in Windsor Park.
And could you just raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you sort of tell the truth, about the truth tonight?
Yes.
Thank you.
So this is just to talk about what goes on in the facility, and I just wanted, like, I was there earlier tonight in a small class of only 4 people, and obviously there's no room to shadow there, so I had to come here before I can make it home, you know, so it's not like a gym in that sense where you can do that. And I also wanted to stress that you can't just go in there and like lift weights, or you don't just go and like 4 people are on a bike, like the bikes are for like a specific purpose, and you can't just like bench press or anything like that. It all has to do with what June offers. And then to get into how she offers specific help. I'm training to run a half marathon, and she's helping me through the process of it. And so I injured myself recently, and she worked me through like how to deal with that injury and what to do and what not to do, and had to stress on certain things like how I had to build my upper body strength to help me run faster, that kind of thing, where you wouldn't get with, say, a gym type facility.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
Maybe I'm missing the point.
No, first, sit at the mic first, please, sir. Your name, address. Oh, no, what is it?
Kenneth Reiner,
Spell it.
R-H-Y-N-E-R.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
R-H-Y-N-E-R.
Okay.
130 Columbus Place, lifelong resident.
Do you raise your right hand, sir? Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth tonight? Thank you.
Maybe I'm missing the point. When she filed for her occupancy, I never received a letter in the mail or anything like that saying all the facilities that she's having there, all the different yoga classes. Massage, babysitting.
Well, maybe I can help. Those are all committed. She doesn't have to know those.
Can you put the microphone, please, sir?
Those uses.
Oh, okay. You know, like I said,
Yeah,
I said
no,
at the beginning, maybe I'm missing the
that's
point.
right. The majority of those uses are permitted by the code,
Okay.
and it's just a one use. And
Oh, the gym.
the gym, and,
Oh, okay.
and
I
their,
missed the point.
well, in their defense too, if you coincide with the zoning officer's determination, then all gyms are not permitted in the town, and we'd have to modify this ordinance too. It's kind of an old ordinance. So,
We'll have to get to that
we'll get
once
to
we
that
get
later,
to that.
but yeah,
That's-
just answer your question. No problem, no problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Come, just come forward.
My name is Paula Gote,
Can you spell that, please?
Paula-Argot.
Could
So,
you raise your right? I'm sorry. Could you raise your
And
right?
where you live?
I live in Clark, New Jersey.
No, we need your address, please.
08 Hollander Hill, Court, Clark, New Jersey. You want me to spell? HOLLANDERHILLCT.
And what city do you live in?
CLAR.
Oh, Clark, okay.
Can you raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth tonight? Thank you.
So I just want to mention something. I work all my life and I'm a member of a gym. I am a member of a gym close to my house, Retro. I start going there because I go to my gym, but I don't know what to do. It's full of machines. I go there, everybody looking at me, I don't know how to use it. I want to talk to the trainer, and they charge a lot, and I didn't feel comfortable doing that. So I need a place exactly what she offers. That is not a gym. Why it's not a gym? Because there is no showers. If I need to go to my work, I have to go back to my house and change. There is no machines. I don't know what type of equipment you refer, because 3 treadmills, I mean, if you have 3 treadmills in a gym, you're out of business. Because if you go to a gym right now and it's like 50 machines, you have to put your name in a waiting list to use the treadmill. Everybody wants to run, because that's the easiest way. Because you don't need an instructor to tell you if you should leave the machine this way or that way. You just run and that's it. So I use her service because I want to know how to achieve my personal goals when I go to my gym. She gave me a routine. She explained me I couldn't run for 5 minutes. Now I can run for 25, and for me that's a big deal. And I run in my gym. I go to my gym to do that stuff, but when I need my personalized individual, I go to her, and that's what she explained. I want to gain weight. I know I'm crazy, and she explained me how to do it. So I want to clarify that that's not a gym. If I would not pay $5 to join that, if that is a gym. Other than that, I think that would be it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Saul Kirsten, 150 Berlin Street.
Please spell your name.
S-A-U-L.
Could you raise your right hand?
No, wait a minute. Last name?
I'm doing it. Q-E-R-S-T-Y-N.
I'm sorry. It was too fast for me.
It's been written down.
I want you to spell it for
Just
me,
first
please.
and last name, slowly, please.
Saul Kirsten. Q-E-R-S-D-Y-N. Chair, I have a question.
And your address, please.
150 Berlin Street.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Chair, my question is, why are members of the public being asked to give an oath? I've been to numerous municipal and municipal meetings. I've never been a witness to why. So, Chair, I'm just asking you why.
Well, I could answer that.
Thank you.
When you provide testimony, facts, as the last witness did, you have to be sworn under oath. I don't know what you've experienced in the other towns, but I'm a land use attorney in 2 other towns, and you absolutely should be under oath.
That has never happened before.
Can't speak to your other situations. If you're giving facts, as you may be when you testify, you need to be under oath.
Okay. But if someone is giving...
Would you like to comment, or?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, no, I'd like to ask questions. But if someone is giving their opinion, which it looks like the people that were here are doing, why do they still need to have that done? I'm just asking because in all my years I've been here, the only time I've
It's
ever
been
had...
asked and answered.
Well, the only time I've ever had an oath required is for someone who's representing an organization. Providing testimony.
We're really, not here to, we're here to talk about the application. When someone testifies, sometimes they give opinions, sometimes they give facts. As I said earlier, most of what we're doing right now should be primarily facts. So some of the things you say may be facts, and when that happens, you need to be under oath.
So this is not a public hearing then? This is testimony?
Well, as I said, if you have something to say that deals with the facts about, for example, for what goes on at the business, that's you testifying to what you've seen. So those are facts for which you need to be under oath.
Okay, so when will the public hearing portion be?
When you can comment freely?
Yes.
You can comment freely now. If you're trying to say something that's factual, though, you need to be sworn in. We are going to have another public portion later on if we get to that point with the variance.
Okay. So at this public hearing, we will have members of the public who give opinion, give an oath as well. I just want to understand that's the case. Chair, I'm asking.
Why is that so hard to understand?
Because it's never been done before.
I know, sometimes things that have never been done before are kind of difficult to understand, I understand.
And things that are done before may actually cause an issue. And I'm just asking that not only the chair, but also other members of the board
No,
perhaps.
everything's going through the chair tonight, I'm sorry.
That's why I'm asking you to ask the other members of the board.
No,
I'm going to
Well, it's
you're
a
getting the
legal,
attorney's opinion.
it's a legal determination, I think I've explained.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's the,
Yeah,
that's
if
the
you
right.
have, that is, if you have something to say, you know, factually about this, that can aid the board in the interpretation as to whether the uses are permitted, then that's what, you know, that we're asking you to do, if you want to do that.
So can I just make sure that you understand that we are trying to get as much information as we can to make a decision. We're not trying to make sure that the public feels good. We're trying to do our job. And, you know, I mean, I'm sure that there's a lot of questions that everybody has, and I'd love to be able to answer them all, but that's not our purpose here. Our purpose is to get as much information as we can, and then to vote on the issue. So that's what we're doing. So
Those are my questions, and I thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you some quick clarification. As a quick look through the ordinance, even if you override the zoning officer's determination, I feel that the applicant has to continue on because of a parking variance.
That's true.
Oh, so there will be another
Yeah, I
public
think
portion.
there will be another portion. So
Okay.
if you do, they give an excellent testimony. The applicant does an excellent job
Yeah.
with their attorney. And if you do feel that, you know, this is permitted by, the applicant, I feel, also needs a parking variance for this facility, based on what my calculations were.
That's accurate,
So-
that's true.
So I think they have to be here tonight anyway, and whatever testimony is being given also comes into play, whatever you decide. So no matter what you decide, either pro or con, the zoning officer's determination, that it is permitted, that it is permitted in the other zones. Because right now, this ordinance is very old and doesn't include a lot of things. There's a lot of things missing that it permits. So even if you do say, yes, we feel this facility is permitted in the zone by the B1 standards, they have to continue on with the parking restrictions.
So this zoning is what, 19, what year is this?
I don't know. We're planning for a couple of years, 3 years now.
That's really, okay, we'll
Yeah.
discuss that when it comes time.
I just want to make that-
Talk to the public.
Again, because this use goes on to B1 zone, to B2 zone, to B3 zone, and it doesn't come up again as personal services. So you make the determination tonight, exercise is not permitted then in any of the zones in the town. We have to rewrite the ordinance a little bit, so.
So would you like to?
My name is Nasir, Nasir, Guest, Guest. I live at 1334 Pierce Street in Rawley.
I'm sorry, you can raise your right hand, sir. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth tonight.
Yes.
Thank you.
What I wanted to say is, I'm an instructor at Easy Fitness, and I've been an instructor for over 15 years, and I've worked at gyms. The reason why I came to Easy Fitness is because you're able to deal with people individually. It's not a gym. This here we offer guidance. There's no way possible that you can receive or achieve optimal wellness without fitness. Fitness and nutrition, counseling, meditation, different forms to relieve stress, different avenues of awareness in reference to, as she stated, with the financial counseling. There are a lot of things that come together. What I seem to notice is there's an issue about the floor. The floor is big because you need space in reference to fitness. I mean, in meditation or in yoga, you can't do it in a closet. You need space. So I'm asking the board to not look at the floor space as it being used as a gym like a Lucille Roberts type of thing. The space is there because you need comfortability. And then also for sanitary reasons. You know, no one wants to be on top of each other. It would be hard to provide a service without that type of space. when there are classes going on, there are nutrition diets. Being a part of fitness for so long, what I've noticed in gyms is that people are unable to achieve their goals because they have no one to talk to, no one to guide them with the nutrition. Nutrition and fitness goes hand in hand. One is no good without the other. And I like Easy Fitness because the women there are open. They're willing to receive the information because it's a small facility and it's comfortable. What I notice when the women come in, especially for the first time, is that automatically they feel welcome because of the colors are bright, because of the people are smiling. There's personality. It's more personal, one-on-one. The chiropractic service is very necessary because, I mean, you look at the snowstorms alone, how many people injured themselves? You know, and then you have people who have jobs that require them to be physical, and it's hard to perform at your job when you have certain injuries. And some people don't believe that, you know, you can heal yourself through fitness. Some people are caught up on medication. Medication is not necessarily an answer. A lot of these issues can be addressed through fitness. And fitness is not necessarily, you know, running a mile or lifting weights or doing push-ups. Fitness is just being active. And I believe this is what this facility offers. And I've met a lot of people in this town. And I have a great view of this town because of this. I've never been in Roselle Park before. I never actually passed it, but I see that the people here are pleasant, and you know, Jeannie is a good person. I haven't had a negative experience since I've been here, and that's what I have to offer.
Thank you very much, sir.
Chris Ducey, TUCCI, 324 Locust Street.
Whoa. What is it again?
324 Locust Street.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth tonight, sir?
I do.
Thank you.
Just got a question on they say they don't lift weights at the gym, and I would just like you to take a look at this and try to clarify it, because it shows Jeannie with weights. Lifting heavy doesn't make you big. Eating a poor diet does. To me, this is...
Okay, let's wait a second. Let me just, do you want to address that?
Show that to the...
Yes. I think, wait, just a minute.
So that's actually me working out on myself.
Can we just, we're just going to let the board see it.
Sure.
Just a second. Yes, let our attorney see it.
Thank you. That's all. Sorry. Thank you. That's all I have to say at this time.
Okay, thank you, sir. No. Oh, just a second, please. Oh, have a seat, but just, yeah, you're okay. Just hold. Okay, and then we're going to let Julie address that question.
So the picture was actually taken to address some of the concerns of women who are afraid to pick up a dumbbell heavier than a 2 pound. So with weight loss, you need to speed up your metabolism. To increase your metabolism, you've got to embody some muscle in your body. And to enable you to build muscle, you need to pick up something heavier than a 2 pound dumbbell. A lot of women are afraid that they're going to bulk up and get big. And and that was just sort of me addressing that. I am far from a bodybuilder. I am not huge in size. My muscles are not enormous. And with that said, I can curl a 25-pound dumbbell. I don't have, when we mentioned about the weightlifting or the pushing weights, I guess it was more along the lines of being able to get on a bench press or a leg press or some sort of machine that would have a lot more, just a great amount of weight on it. I testified earlier, or we testified, that we have dumbbells. We don't have the equipment though. So if someone wanted to be a bodybuilder and get that large frame or that size and mass, they couldn't do it at my place. There's no way they could do it at my place.
You do have a video on your, I think, Facebook or website or one of those places of a woman actually pressing weights.
She was using a machine or
No, it was
just
the
dumbbells?
dumbbells.
Yes, the dumbbells. Right. we
Okay, so
have-
that's not weightlifting?
It is, but when you refer to weightlifting, you think, bodybuilding. And bodybuilding is something that you couldn't, to gain mass is going to be really difficult without the equipment that you need to do that.
If I can just clarify, when we say a dumbbell, what type of equipment are we talking about?
It's a handheld free weights, yes.
Oh gosh, no, this wasn't free weights. This was the thing with the bar across and two big things like this, and she was very proud of 100 pounds, I think it was, she said. She was doing. I watched it a couple times, I can't remember exactly.
No, I don't think that's on my right here.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, just a minute.
These documents were handed to me by Mr. Tucci. I'm just going to mark it for the record as 01, chapter 1. You see, there's 5 pages that seem to. Do you agree that this shows the inside of your gym with yourself or others lifting weights?
We only saw the
Okay. Yeah, there's 4 pages here, there's 1 separate page.
Can we have this, Mr. Tucci? Can we use? Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to look at the first page. It's marked page 4 of 6 in the upper right-hand corner. It's dated 9/3/2013. There are 3 pictures. Are all of these pictures of the interior of your facility?
They're not all my pictures. So the picture of me with my hands on my client is me. The other picture of the class where women are lying down on the floor with their hands above their head with the free weight, that's in my facility. However, the other one is just is a picture I got off the internet. The woman who was swinging, the blonde in the room with the carpeting, it looks like carpeting on the floor, with the windows in the background. That's not my, that's not us.
And then the page marked in the upper right-hand corner, page 1 of 1, dated 2/3/14. That's a photograph of you.
Yes, that's a picture of me lifting the free weights, the dumbbells I was mentioning earlier.
And a dumbbell is a piece of equipment that's intended to be held in this one hand.
Yes.
And the page marked 1 of 1, it's pink, also dated 2/3/14. Is that a picture taken within your gym?
Yes, so that's a class. These individuals are working on strength in their back, and they're lying down on the floor, on their chest, and they're taking a dumbbell from the floor and placing it up on a bench, and then taking it from the bench and bringing it down.
And then another page, this is clearly in the sequence. Upper right-hand corner says page 1 of 1, also dated 2/3/14. Is that also a photograph within your gym?
Yes, that is, and that again is a free weight, a dumbbell one dumbbell in their hand, and they're using the exercise for, in particular, their arms.
And the last page is also a photograph of...
Right. of me assisting someone in proper form and administering an overhead shoulder press. Overhead shoulder press, she's holding a 5-pound dumbbell in each of her hands.
Other than dumbbells, do you have any other weight type of equipment in your gym?
Dumbbells, maybe we've got a barbell, which is the same thing as a dumbbell, it's just extended. But we don't have big equipment.
Okay, so we are going to mark these.
O-1, we'll do this. O-1 is the first set of cases we're given those four pages that were stapled together, 3 of which are pink, 1 of which is white, and then we'll label O2, the 1 page of that white page in the document that says it is labeled page 4 of 6, that would be O-2. Okay, proceed.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
My name is Alexa Lamboy.
Oh, that's right.
Lamboy. I reside at 44 Warwick Road in Hillside, New Jersey.
Wait a minute, 444 Warwick?
Warwick, W-A-R-W-I-C-K.
Where?
Warwick Road in Hillside, New Jersey.
And what was your first name, please?
Alexa, A-L-I-X-A.
Okay.
Good evening. So I've been a member for some time now with GD Fitness, with Easy Fitness, and during my time I've encountered some of the most amazing professional women ever. The bond that we have there is by far nothing like, I know we were making comparisons to a Retro Fitness or a Bally's, there is none. Had it been a Bally's or a Retro, I would have never probably been a member, to be honest. But nevertheless, during that time, the relationship that we have there is extremely professional. Like we mentioned, mothers, families, single moms, whether they come with their children. It's a group. It's a way of coming together, of being able to vent. Whether it be about fitness, once in the reception area, there's like a little couch if you come over to the left, and oftentimes, once you're done, you actually just sit there just to talk, to unwind. Often when we get caught up with our travels, with our work, with our life, it becomes overwhelming. We look at our media today, every day. What do we read? Negativity. We hear women who give birth, postpartum, they go home, they hurt their children, all kinds of things. So what's the worst of having a group that come together, women, to empower each other, to help, to push? If that's the worst that you have in your community, I'll take that hands down over what I see every day in society. And that's key. Far by far. We hear about gang violence, carjacking. The town of Roselle is a beautiful place. As we mentioned earlier, great people. It's very, we come together and we share this time. Without talking about legality issues, I know that this fitness center...
I'm glad you like Roselle, but we're in Roselle.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I've been up here for a while on hold and my mind is going. Pardon me for that.
Okay.
And I sit here and I see Jeannie without talking legal issues. I know there were times where she was shut down and never got into it with her clients about why. But we knew she was facing some issues. We knew that, they were coming at her hard and strong. And I admire her motivation for being here, for fighting all for a good cause, to bring us together, to help us run marathons. She's helped me with health-wise. I can prove that medically, and things that you've done by far that outweigh anything else, whatever the decision is here today. I am here to say, Jim, you can come in at any given time, you walk in, and you by yourself can make the determination of whether it's a gym or if it is actually a wellness center of women who come together, which is why we're here, which is why I cut my work day to come here and say, this is her dream who benefits every single one of us that are a member in her fitness, in her wellness center. And that is why I continue, no matter where you go or move, we travel. If you talk about your clientele, if you go through that list, we went from point A to point B, wherever Jeannie is, we follow you. And I know that people have issues, whether parking and other things. I say, look at the bigger picture. Look at what we face every single day. And you said earlier about making the town a better place. How much better than having healthy, great, professional women in your community? As opposed to, what would you do with that center? Do you really believe if Jeannie Easy Fitness wasn't there, it would never be up and running? Who knows what they would replace? You'll have a social club, of sports, you got children. Where do you know where that place would end up being filled with? So then why not such a good, positive group of women who are just trying to feel good, who are just trying to get better, healthy, health-wise? We do that. Jeannie wasn't Dr. Oz. We log in every day to get tips. It's nothing like sitting there and being able to meet with somebody. my closing remark is, I really say that, I mean, her work in itself speaks volumes. The individual that she is, the woman that she is, and how she carries and conducts herself, just still being here and fighting for what she believes, fighting for us. We can't thank you enough, because it's about us at the end, and we always say that. Jeannie has gone above and beyond. The benefits are overwhelming when you see from weight loss to being able to sit here before you and speak for her behalf, says a lot for someone like myself. But I think that's all I have to say, and it's been a positive outcome, and I just hope that everything, comes out in her favor if it be that way. But thank you for your time.
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Michelle Botman, B-O-D-T-M-A-N-N, 512 Amsterdam Avenue.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I don't know how to follow, but I will let you know that I have belonged to the Y, I belong to Crunch. Those were gyms. This is not a gym. I only joined in January, and Jeannie knows all of us by name. There's a group of us here. We're all local residents. We're within walking distance of the facility. Come springtime or when, the snow melts, we all plan on walking. So I'm sure most of the clientele that is local will walk to the facility when it's nice out. So I don't, parking, I don't know necessarily how big of an issue that is. There are so many things that Jeannie offers that I haven't even taken advantage of yet. And I want to. I'm a 46-year-old woman who has a camaraderie going to Jeannie. All the women there are my peers, and that's what we need. I like going there. I don't mind going to a workout because I know my friends are there. Jeannie's there. Her instructors are great, and I've known some of the instructors from the Y and Crunch, and they've followed Jeannie. This is such a benefit to Roselle Park. There's not a whole lot of things to offer in this town anymore. I'm 17 years here, and this is one positive that I would hate to see leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Robert Russo, R-U-S-S-O, 277 West Clay Avenue. That is my office.
You would raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth tonight.
I do.
Thank you.
I can't comment on the business. There's facilities right down the street from our office. The only thing I can comment on, and whether the board knows or not, is that right-of-way that goes right in front of their building. So every morning when I go to get my coffee, sometimes there are a lot of vehicles there that are not blocking, let me correct that, parallel to the right-of-way that you need to get through underneath the railroad tunnel. And there's children there crossing constantly in the morning. So my only concern is the amount of cars that facility can.
And I think that would be sort of what we would be discussing when we got to the variance part of it.
That's, being a business owner in the area, it's great to have new businesses, don't get me wrong. It's just the issue of that right-of-way. Will that building support the number of parking spaces needed to properly service their clientele?
Okay, that's a good question, and that's
really
for later. Yes, okay, well, thank you. Yes, thank you.
My name is Marie Claire Cebrian Ume, C-E-B-R-I-A-N-U-M-E. I reside at 266 Phillips Terrace in Union, New Jersey.
Raise your right hand, ma'am, please. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you.
I've known Jeannie for, I would say, over 10 years. She used to work at Image 2000. And I used to go over there and work out with her. She took her own little studio, and I followed her. Then she came to Roselle Park, I still followed. My daughter, she loves my daughter since she was a baby. We go there as women. We all work out together. We all know each other by name. I think I don't know if you noticed, we all came in, we said hello to each other. This is a place where we all meet, work out together, do things together as women. We even have night out, woman night out. We do things together. It will be a big loss for Roselle Park to get rid of Jeannie. Is the Fitness with Jeannie? It's a place for women to go, work out. We're all stressed out after work. We come to the train station and go directly to Jeannie. That's where I go. I go and take my child to dance school. I go from there to Jeannie. This is a place where women love to go. And we love Jeannie. I hope that she stays where she is. If not, we'll follow her wherever she goes. That's all.
Thank you very much. What's happening, if I can be so bold, is to say that we are hearing repeat testimony. And that's just going to take up more and more time. So I would like it noted that we have heard extensive testimony to the fact that this is a vital fitness center that is operating and very loved. So that's, we're getting that, I think. So if there's anybody else that has anything further to add.
And again, I would just indicate, really need to try to keep your testimony to facts, what you've seen operating there, what your experience is there in terms of what uses are there.
Hi, Amber Reyes.
Amber, how do you spell your last name?
Reyes. I'm at 126 Roosevelt Street. I would just like to submit the photographs provided from the website showing the equipment and the weightlifting.
Could you, ma'am, please first show that to the applicant's attorney and the applicant, and then if they could be delivered up here, please, that'd be great, after you've had a chance to look at them. Ma'am, could you raise your right hand, please? Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that even though she does offer different services, that there is still the equipment, there is still the exercise portion, and I hope that the board reviews that as part of being a physical fitness center with a lot of people. It's not just one-on-one for this use.
Thank you very much. We'll just wait for you, sir, until they're done with it. No, come sit, please, but until they're done with the reviewing the photographs.
Just to let you know for the record, we have no objection to these, and the barbell that is listed is apparently the only barbell in this. So that's the top.
We're just going to take a second so the board can see that. I am thinking that while he's doing that, we will finish up the testimony of the public. We will discuss this issue and vote on it, and then we will take a short break.
Good evening.
Oh, we can proceed? Okay, all right, so we will proceed. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Musa Mufaja, last name M-A-F-A-R-J-E-H. I live at 118 Roselle Street. I've been living there for 14 years. The last 2 years, we have been...
I'm sorry, could you raise your right hand, sir? Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Could you be just a little closer to the microphone too, please?
Yes, I've been living there for the last 14 years on that street. And the past 2 years, we've been having a problem for parking. As a matter of fact, 3-4 days ago, somebody from the gym parked so close to our driveway. My wife has something very important to leave, and she couldn't leave the driveway. So we called the police. I believe we made a report also. And the issue of parking is very important to us. I see most of the people testify they live in Union, Hillside. We pay taxes over there. We the one who get hurt. We couldn't park our car. I had to come home about 6:30. I drive about 15, 20 minutes around until I find parking for my car. And I believe that's not fair. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, so we don't want any more parking. That's for next portion of this. Yes, sir.
Joseph DiOrio, 824 Larch Street. I'm also the property owner of 305 West Bay Avenue, which is within the 200-foot vicinity of the applicant.
Could you,
Thomas?
sorry, you raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth tonight. Thank you.
I'm going to focus my comments specifically on the use issue. My understanding, the interpretation is what's going to be discussed after all testimony is provided. I'd like to address that. Earlier, we heard testimony that, from Ms. Mendez, that the landlord had filled out the application on her behalf. Is that correct? Okay. I have a follow-up question. Do you still believe that the application was correct? Or do you maybe misunderstand how the...
Wait, no,
Yeah, this is, Mr. DiOrio, really, this is just about testimony that you may have regarding the uses that are in the building. It's kind of limited to that. It's not, this is not really a time to question the applicant.
Okay. Regarding the use issue, can I provide testimony as to the prior uses? Because the use that was there prior to this use, I feel is important to the decision on whether this should be interpreted as a continued use. If you look at the original waiver, let me get the glasses. The original waiver of the site plan review for a change in tenancy indicated that the prior use of the premises was training for handicapped individuals, and that this use would be health and nutritional counseling services. Essentially, they're saying, my interpretation of that is that this use is similar, so it should be permissible to have this particular business here. Prior uses to that facility, prior to Easy Fitness with Jeannie, I can give you some history of it. It used to be a photography studio, class photography studio, provided portraits, headshots. After that, there was another photography studio that used to provide commercial portraits, commercial product pictures. Then after that, there was, for a short period of time, there was a store that fixed computers. And I'm going as far back as the 80s, maybe even further back. Then at some point, there were some construction vehicles parked there. Mr. D'Agostino, who's the owner of Railroad Properties LLC, would park his vehicles there. And then it changed to the Center for Family Services. That service provided daycare for the developmentally disabled adult population. As far as the current use, I want to provide some testimony regarding comments that were made about nutrition and counseling and chiropractic care. I'd like to provide the copies of Easy Fitness with Jeannie Facebook page, which has been copied back to the beginning of the business in 2012, late 2012. In it, I point out that I only locate approximately 5 advertisements for nutrition or counseling or financial services. However, I do see a majority of what's being advertised and marketed as fitness, scheduling for yoga, scheduling for Zumba classes, Ghost, different fitness training activities. Should I provide that?
Yes, we could show the applicant.
I reference that because the issue came up as to what type of use it is. I contend with the marketing of this business that it is a fitness center with exercise equipment, whether they be barbells, stretch, spin, stationary bicycles and such. all that is provided in the copies of the Facebook page. I also want to refer to the website that Mrs. Mendez had also pointed out, where you do see pictures of individuals weightlifting. I don't know if this is a picture of the facility. It may be a stock photo, but it does promote weightlifting. In my estimation, it's marked as personal training, but there are weights listed. Some of this you may already have, but I would also like to submit this as evidence. I also want you to show that to the applicant when you're able. So I'm going to wait.
But do you want to
Why don't you
continue?
hand it to them? Why don't you continue and then hand it to them? Okay. I have some references here that I want to point out in this packet. As was pointed out earlier, there is a schedule attached to the website. However, I do not see any scheduling of any nutritionists, chiropractic care. I do see the chiropractor listed as a service provided. However, if you go on the website and look up Dr. O, his primary facility is listed under the Wellness Group of America in Union, which I contend is a wellness area with chiropractic care. Bear with me 1 second. I did not see, I saw the list of staff that I've also printed out, but I did not see a licensed nutritionist. So I had a question on that, being that nutritional care or nutritional counseling was brought up earlier as a primary source of business. I don't see the staff person. I may be missing 5. I also note the supplements that are mentioned in the website. Supplements also refer to websites where individuals can purchase these products. So I'm not sure in the facility itself what percentage of supplements are sold on site versus people going to the website and buying it on their own. We also provide I also see the promotion for the January 1st open house that lists the various scheduled classes. See a free wellness consultation listed, but I don't see a time or a person or a distinction, whereas the distinction is very clear with the classes that are provided. Roger,
Yes, please.
First of all, we have no objection. These are the Facebook pages.
I don't know how to provide this testimony because it's on my phone.
Oh.
So I'm going to refer to it as a reference.
Okay.
Mr. Yates pointed out earlier the reference to the NAICS code, and it's also pointed out that there was a 1997 edition, but he also referenced a Delaware edition. Just a point of clarification, in the zoning is the NAICS specific to, I thought it was the IRS codes. I don't know if that's a question that, I thought the zoning, the NAICS was not state specific, but more, but.
Do you know, sir?
It's my understanding it's not state specific, and it's U.S. Census Bureau, I think, is the organization. And my reference to the Connecticut website had to do with a company that's registered in Delaware, listing its applicable codes. But yes, they're all from the same North American source, source.
I refer to a spreadsheet that's provided by the U.S. Census. There was an attachment to the website, and under 621399, which falls under the, which is referenced here in the change of tenancy waiver of site plan review. It's categorized as offices of all other miscellaneous health practitioners, which I contend is not this case, that we're not providing health practitioner services at this location.
Thank you.
Additionally, it was pointed out that there was some confusion over the years in updating to more recent NAICS codes. I want to point out that under the 2012 NAICS US Code 621399 also lists offices of all other miscellaneous health practitioners. And if I may read some of them that are defined as a subset or a description of that particular category. Besides the ones that were mentioned earlier in testimony, there were acupuncturists, Christian Science practitioners, dental hygienists, home nursing services, orthodontists, physician assistants, respiratory therapists, RNs. I also contend that the intensity of the use is much less than what's being offered at this facility. While the business may be flourishing and well received by their membership, the intensity of the use in that particular NAICS code is much less than what's currently occupying the site. I also want to point out under the NASC code under the category amusement and recreation services, it's the 79 code, and I'll go into more specifics. There is a long list of categories within that main category. And under that category, bear with me. Seven nine one. I'm sorry. 7991 physical fitness facilities. 799101 physical fitness clubs with training equipment. 799102 weight reducing clubs. 79910301 aerobic dance and exercise classes. So a question to the chair. Can we pose questions regarding the use, or is it just specifically to provide facts? There was some testimony that was provided earlier.
It's really just facts. What you have that you think bears on the interpretation of the ordinance.
The application includes a site plan of the building, but does not designate the areas in which are for fitness versus offices for wellness, nutritionalists. There's no designation of the space. The testimony provided contends that the majority or the great portion of the business does nutrition, counseling, massage, chiropractic care, but from the application itself, you can't tell, or at least the public can't tell, where those services are provided within the confines.
It's my understanding the application does not have a site plan component because there's no changes to the exterior of the building.
Correct.
There's no, right, that there's no, so I don't think that would be relevant for an interpretation in terms of an actual layout and dividing up percentages of the space. I mean, that wouldn't really go to a site plan issue. I do think there's been testimony about generally what goes on inside, and there's some, layout of that, in some of the attachments to the applicant's materials.
In the information I provided with photos, I don't see offices for massage. I know it was referenced that there was a chair that's maybe provided in the open space, but then I also contend that if you're having a class, you don't have the ability to operate a massage therapist or chiropractic care or doing one-on-one counseling. This is not similar from the testimony provided to a Weight Watchers where someone goes in and receives some counseling and group counseling sessions. This is more to provide aerobic activities, strength building, body building, which is not a permissible use in this zone. Also, what was not provided this evening was, again, if my questions are out of line, please stop me, but I didn't hear any testimony regarding percentage of income earned from the actual aerobic and fitness care versus income that's derived from the chiropractic care or
I asked that question and the answer was that it's a package, correct?
Right, so the $35 a month covers all the services that we offer. If there's something special that Dr. O needs to address and the individual needs to go to his office, whether it's there's a service that's called STEM. So, for example, if someone needs to go to his office and receive that sort of service, because I don't have that machine at my facility, then he basically bills their insurance company, but there is no GoPay or anything like that.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. So at your place, he is there as a chiropractor. He does adjustments and all those sort of things that chiropractors do, and they don't get your people don't get charged extra for that. That's part of the package.
It's part of the package. I have
a chiropractic. Well, I mean,
right. They don't get charged. They come.
So he has a room where they go into the room and he does the adjustments.
Yes, absolutely. He brings his own therapy devices. Like he has a device that he massages the women to make sure that they're loose and limber and warm before he starts, making his adjustments and such.
So 150 women are getting adjusted every week?
No, they're not getting adjusted every week. Some maybe once a month, some maybe once every couple of weeks, every 2 weeks. It depends upon what that individual's needs are. But if there was if they needed him to adjust them every day, then he would, and there would be no additional charge. The relationship between Dr. O and I was established many years ago, and he's also a newly small business owner himself. So this is our way of supporting each other.
So he's there every 7 days a week?
No, he's not there 7 days a week. It's he could be, but we don't have. I guess the demand for the adjustments are not that great for him to do that. However, if they were, then he would be available from 5 p.m.
So how often is he there right now, on an average?
So on Tuesday nights, he's there from 5 o'clock till 9 p.m. On Thursdays, he's there from 5 o'clock till 9 p.m. And then he'll come on Saturdays if he needs. And then the same with the nutrition counseling. So, for example, someone comes in and they set up an appointment. There could be a class going on while the counseling is taking place in a separate office, as well as there could be a consult going on with Dr. O in another office. So these are things that are going at the same time together. There's not just the one room that we have for fitness classes. I have designed space for the specific services that we provide.
If I may, on that issue, if I could, if that's the testimony provided, it would have been helpful for the public to know where the services are provided to determine whether the services are equal to, more than, or less than the fitness services that are provided. I also point out to the testimony that I provided with the website and also the Facebook page. Just now, testimony provided as far as a schedule for chiropractic care that appears nowhere in any of the information I've seen on the website.
If I may, the schedule is on the availability of the client. So we are willing to make that time frame available to be convenient for our customer. So the classes are a specific time. You can only take this class at this time because this is what time we offer them. The other items, we don't need a schedule because they can have it at any point, at any time.
Again, there's no schedule, plus it would be based on interpretation then. So if no one's interested, they don't show up. If they're interested, they show up. So again, I point out, if the issue was that the strength of the application was on the nutrition, the chiropractic care, and other wellness programs, financial care, that would be a dominant advertisement versus the fitness scope of services provided. I also like to provide some information on that I printed out from manta.com. This was back in October of 2013. It's regarding Easy Fitness from Jeannie, and while it indicates that the business is categorized as a nutritional services, the NAICS code is 71394.
Madam Chairman, I'm going to object. That's hearsay. That's an independent company doing something on its own. It's hearsay,
Okay.
and I will object to it.
I would have to agree.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's fine. Is there any additional testimony, tax returns, employee identification information that's provided in the application? I know there's handouts before that we did not have an opportunity to see. That information, old returns, sales tax, those kind of items would potentially have an NAICS code on it.
No, we
Was
did
that
not.
provided?
No, that was not.
The interpretation tonight is asking for health, nutrition, counseling services with fitness instruction and group classes. I contend that, first of all, under the NAICS code, there is none, and that's what the zoning is based on. Secondly, I contend that the fitness instruction group classes is primary to the secondary of possibly the health and nutrition counseling. And I believe that's it for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. One more person?
A-N-T-L-N-I-E-T-T-A. Last name is Slovakia, L-A-V-E-C-C-H-I-A. I'm at 200 West Webster, in Roselle Park. I just wanted to state that I personally...
I'm sorry to interrupt. You raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. I just wanted to say that I personally, I am a member of Easy Fitness. I personally attended the open house on January 1st. I did meet specifically with the chiropractor, Dr. O, and a couple of other people, and was given the opportunity to utilize these other services that were mentioned. And it was, I guess I'm just stating, as fact of what I learned, that, while the classes do have time slots, I at any time can meet with anybody, with Jeannie, with the chiropractor. It's just a matter of making an appointment. I mean, I think it's fair to say that that's with any business, that you would make an appointment for a specific service. But, when I attended the open house, and even up until recently, because of all the snow and things like that, I wasn't able to make my one-on-one appointments, but I can do them. And when I attended the open house, it was sold as a package to me. It was and I could choose what I wanted to do. If I maybe just wanted to go for nutritional counseling or just wanted to, but it's a whole package that was sold. I wasn't sold on one item. I wasn't sold on just fitness classes. I was sold on the entire package, and I'm able to utilize them at any time at my discretion. Not necessarily, I spoke directly with Dr. O, and he said if there's any reason why you couldn't come on a Tuesday or Thursday while I'm typically here, I could come another evening. We just have to work out a schedule. So I guess I just wanted to state that, because that was a question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I would like to entertain a motion to close the public portion.
So moved.
Mr. Mitchie's moved. Second, please.
Second.
Mr. Stevens. All those in favor? Aye. We will close the public portion. And now, so now we discuss, gentlemen. We are again being asked to interpret the ordinance that only allows, number one, it is an old ordinance. However, it is the ordinance. So we can't make a determination of whether it's good, bad, or otherwise. It is what it is. And we need to interpret what it is. So what would you like? What is your pleasure?
Well, do you want me to speak?
Sure,
Yes.
anybody.
Thank you. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
Take it away.
The first decision that the board needs to consider is whether the uses that we've heard described are principal permitted uses in accordance with Roselle Park Borough Ordinance 40-2202, based primarily on subsections E, F, and I. So the question really is, are the services permitted uses? And I think the focus is on whether the exercise or fitness class portion of the services offered by the applicant are a permitted use. That would seem to be one of the core questions, and probably a harder one to answer than whether things like counseling services and nutritional services are permitted uses under the ordinance in question. Does anyone have any questions of me on that?
We're discussing.
We're discussing what I was trying to do, perhaps inartfully, was frame what I think you need to think about and discuss amongst yourselves, and then decide as to whether this ordinance, what it permits.
As has been said, wellness without physical fitness, it's like, a right hand without a left hand. They do go hand in hand. You can't have a nutritional program without having a wellness program, and the wellness program contributes to the nutritional program if in fact you want to go that way. However, I think here we've crossed the line a little bit, and my feeling is that there's more emphasis on the gym, the fitness part of it than there is on the nutritional or the herbal medicine is a thing. There's books written on pain relief through like things like Tai Chi and through other exercise programs without taking drugs, and I don't see any of that here. So I just think it's across the line. And I would vote, if I was going to vote right now, to agree with Carl.
That it is not a permitted use. Anyone else? I also feel that the testimony that has been given, it makes it an inclusive business, and that I agree with you. It does cross the line into the permitted use. ordinance as we have it. If the council thinks that it's an old ordinance and that it needs to be changed, then that's not our job.
I would agree. I agree with that.
Shall we,
It is what it is.
should I close this discussion and ask for a motion?
Well, yes, that would be, yeah.
Okay.
The motion as to whether you think that the ordinance permits the uses that are ongoing there. And if the board does not believe that to be the case, then we would move on to whether a use variance should be granted.
Is there a motion?
You want to phrase
Raise
the
the
way
question properly so that we can.
Okay. Well, there are several uses ongoing in the building. I think the question is whether the uses are permitted under the ordinance in regard to your interpretation of the ordinance.
Well, then I move then that...
I think that several of the there's different uses, right? So I think the proper way to handle this might be the first vote on whether the exercise or fitness portion of the uses that occur in the building are permitted under this ordinance.
I think that's what we're being asked, and we're being asked that because the health and nutrition is permitted.
Right.
And so we're being asked, is the fitness instruction in group classes, are the fitness instruction in group classes permitted?
That is the question. That's the sole question before you.
So the motion would be that fitness instruction and group classes are not permitted in the B1 zone for this applicant.
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there any more discussion? Okay, would you like to call the roll, please?
Mr. Nucci?
Agree.
And by agree means it's not permitted, correct?
Correct.
Mrs. Purse?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Urbina?
I agree, yes.
Mr. Bayamazi?
Yes.
So the motion is passed. Now, we will go into the variance now for you, sir. But first, may we please take a short break? Hello, everyone. We're back in session, please. And now we're for part 2. And I'm going to have our attorney explain what we're up to now.
Okay,
First, I want to turn this on. Okay. The board has decided that a fitness center is not a permitted use in this zone, zone district. So the next part of this application deals with the applicant's request for a use variance and also a parking variance. A use variance basically is a variance that an applicant is asking for to allow use to occur in a zone where it's not a permitted use. So they have to establish what are called special reasons to allow a permitted use to occur. And then there's the parking variance where there is some insufficient parking on the site and they're seeking a variance in that regard to allow the business to continue with a certain number of deficiencies in their parking spaces. So I'll let the applicant proceed. We'll hear some testimony from our planner, Mr. Vinigra, here as well on behalf of the board. And then the public will have a chance to comment as well. You can proceed.
And with that in mind, this testimony will not take long and will be directed specifically to the positive and special reasons for this matter. Ms. Mendez, I want to direct your attention to page 22 of our package. Can you describe what this document is?
It's I guess a screenshot from a forum off of Facebook for Roselle Park.
And what is the subject matter?
The subject matter is that in support of the community, I offered a yoga instruction to the Girl Scouts Club that's held at the Aldine School.
And so this instruction took place off or away from the site, correct?
Right, it was offsite.
Now, in terms of your business within this particular neighborhood, you discuss that, or explain to the board why this is the right place for your business?
I just have to reiterate that the business or the services I provide are for women, and it's for women, and it's to be convenient for them. It's for them to release stress and anxiety, and if I were on some major highway or Route 22, then it wouldn't work for them. And I'm a small facility, and keeping it small is what's conducive to what it is that my goals are, and it's to touch people as an individual, and that's it.
Beyond providing instructor to the Girl Scouts, can you give us some other examples of the community activities within the business?
So there's a school that's in the neighborhood, Aldine, and they have a PTO. And the PTO stressed that they were in need of raising some money. So I took an instructor of mine over to the school, and we did a fundraiser. So members of the PTO and along with some of my own members and members of the community were able to take this class and make a donation to take the class, and then that donation was then given to the PTO to benefit the fund.
And this is a part of your effort to integrate the business with the residential development?
That's right. It's about supporting women in the community.
And that is on page 23 of our handout.
That's right.
There's also a flyer on page 24 that explains the duties of taxable tax.
So this was also another event that we held in an effort to raise money for a charity. This charity happened to be the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. We held a class where individuals would take the class and in return make a donation to the charity. And I personally, whatever money we donated, I then matched it.
Now, there was a question before from the board about activities or classes that are open to the public. Do you have any specific examples of classes that are open to the public?
The workshops that we hold, I open them up to people in the area to take advantage of. And these charity events, absolutely, it's open to the public. That's pretty much it.
Now, on page 25 of our handout is another Roselle Park Forum posting. Can you describe what that is?
So this one was a Thanksgiving Day promotion or special or event venue, whatever you want to call it. So with Thanksgiving comes heavy eating and full bellies, sluggishness, and so I was offering this class to the community free of charge to come in and enjoy a workout after eating a pretty hefty meal.
By the way, how many people showed up Thanksgiving morning?
Thanksgiving morning, it was about 20 people who showed up for this class. I was really impressed.
And on the next page, which is our last of our package, can you describe this particular?
So here's another event that we did for a fundraiser, March of Dimes. We held a special class in order to raise money for this charity.
Now, the B1 zone, or this portion of the B1 zone, is fairly small, correct?
Yes, B1 is just a couple blocks big.
And Can you describe some of the businesses that are located in your particular portion of the B1 zone?
In the B1 zone, to my right, there is a deli and a banquet hall. And then to my left, there is a dance studio. And beyond that, I believe there is a CPA. I believe there's an electrical company as well. And I think that's it. I think it's only a couple lots.
Now, the dance studio, you mentioned that you have parking for approximately 12 cars on your lot,
Right, 12 to 15.
and the dance studio, does that have parking as well?
The dance studio has like 2 or 3 spots.
And also with respect to the dance studio, do they have any programs that are similar to yours?
They do. So they have the ballroom dancing, but then they also offer Zumba classes there as well.
Do they also offer jazz classes?
I believe so.
Now, with respect to parking, and I'd like to make an exception to the month of February this year, we've had some exceptionally heavy snow. Are you aware of any parking problems in the neighborhood?
So because of the excessive amount of snow, the lot that we have was overcome with the snow. We did have it plowed, but even with that, it limited our parking quite a bit. So when we would normally fit 12 to 15, we could only accommodate about 7 vehicles. So they had to park on the street.
Now, prior to the month of February, this is a delicate subject. I understand in many communities, customs arises to who owns parking spaces in the street.
Yes.
And were you aware of those customs before this winter?
Yeah, I wasn't aware of these customs before this winter, but I've been made aware of it as of this month. I've had clients attempt to park their car in an open spot, and someone came out of their home and said, no, you cannot park there. I shoveled that parking spot, so my client went on her merry way and found another place to put her car.
Since becoming aware of those customs and practices, you've taken measures to inform your clientele?
Yes. So we have notices placed inside of our facility that outlines where they can and where they cannot park. I have a basket that is at the front desk where members leave their keys, and I will move their car myself if need be to make sure that everybody is happy. My goal is not to create any stress for my neighbors. I wish they would actually come and maybe take advantage of some of the things that we offer, and also get to know me as an individual, but as a business owner as well, and that it would just be bad business to have a community that dislikes you or doesn't want you there. So I'm willing to do whatever necessary to make my position in town a positive one, because for crying out loud, I would be going against everything I believe in health and wellness and fitness and just living a happy life.
Any other statement you'd like to make?
I put my heart and soul into this, and I don't do it to make money. Honestly, I go to my husband every week to help me make my expenses break even, to be able to cover the expenses. And I do this because I love these women, and I believe in this, and I'm hoping to be able to create a whole other standard of life moving forward. It starts with the mothers, but eventually it'll trickle down to the children. There's a ridiculous epidemic of obesity in children, and I can't stomach it, and children learn by example. So if they see their moms making the effort to better themselves and their health, then they're likely to grasp onto that concept and then also embody that lifestyle. So it begins with the woman, and I can't help but do my best or push for that cause. That's it.
Do we want to plan to talk to ask questions of
Why don't we first ask, the board can ask questions of the applicant, and then Victor, if he chooses, can testify.
Okay, so does anyone have any questions or anything?
Yeah, I have a question. You said you have 150 members, correct?
Yes.
And 150 members wouldn't support your business?
You know, because of how much I charge and because of how affordable I need it to be for people so that it doesn't become another debt in their credit card, I can't make ends meet. My rent is expensive, utilities are sky high. When I hire trainers or instructors, I'm not trying to hire someone who's fresh out of school. These people have to be well educated in the field that they are studying. So if you're a yoga instructor, then you need to be, have hours and hours and hours and years of training. And so that's a little difficult to find if you're only willing to pay $15 an hour or $20 an hour or $25 an hour. I have to pay my staff a larger amount of money because of the level of expertise that they embody. I have women who come to our facility who are pregnant. I have a woman who is about to pop. She's due second week in March. And I couldn't possibly put her position or her health in with someone who's not educated, who doesn't have that background. And if I need to pay a little bit more to make sure that she's well taken care of, then that's what I do.
I have two questions. On page 25, just to clarify, I thought I heard you say that that day after Thanksgiving you had 20 people, but on this it says there were 5. So I just wanted you to notice that and tell me what that means.
So on Facebook, you have an option to send out an invitation electronically. So in that electronic invitation, you can either accept it or you can ignore it and come anyway. So that's 5 people actually physically hit that click button.
Okay.
Yes, I'll come.
Okay, yeah, okay. And then my second question is, could you please show me where your parking spaces are? I cannot imagine it. I've been to your space, I've seen it, I cannot imagine even 5 cars in that parking lot. So yes, you may do what you may. I have no idea where you're parking. Are they this long way or are they this way? Okay.
And let's say this is
Go like that. Okay.
and then we have
How many there?
let's say, and then behind the building, so here, I don't know where the railroad track is. I think this is the railroad track. So then behind here, so, and then this is.
And this is permitted? Because
Under my understanding,
it's permitted for parking?
I believe so.
Okay, so you're not being specific, but you're giving me a general idea of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You have 15 if we count 6 here and these here. No, 17, 18. I'm sorry, I cannot imagine that. Does anybody else want to see what she...
Well, Madam Chair, technically, the parking spaces they're referring to, you know, I did a quick analysis, I couldn't get any more than 8.
Yeah.
Now, parking spaces, if you're doubling up on parking spaces, and if you have valet parking, it's a different scenario. You can't take credit for doubled up spaces in valet parking. The ordinance doesn't permit that. So on a good day, I calculated maybe about 8 spaces. But
Because there's got to be a certain amount of room.
even with the 8 spaces I calculated, the access way to those 8 spaces crosses the easement for pedestrians using the rail tunnel. So technically, I mean, you're supposed to have an expert lay out parking, either an architect or an engineer. But just try to help the applicant, I did a quick analysis. You could have 8 spaces, but those 8 spaces, again, accessing those 8 spaces, you would be crossing the easement, pedestrian access to the tunnel. So even using those 8 spaces is difficult.
How many of those spaces would you have to eliminate to not cross the...
Easement? All of them.
All
Because the access to all of those spaces cross the pedestrian easement. So, but I'd have to see the legal language of that easement. I'd have to look into our cars permitted to mix with that easement. None of that information has been supplied. So, you know, that's something the applicant, I don't know if you're going to...
Well, but that's not part of our parking, the variance for parking is not part of our...
It is, part of the variance.
I thought it was a D1, the parking.
But also, but there's a C variance for the parking. I estimate that they need a C variance for at least 8 spaces. But even, they may need a variance for all 16 based on the easements. The applicant's attorney may want to submit additional information. I'm not sure. But I estimate at a minimum 8 spaces variance. It's a pre-existing building, you know, so that building was placed there. So it's not that they're creating that space, the building's there. But these types of facilities generate more parking demands than other facilities that are permitted in the zone. So you know, maybe a photographer who's just doing some photography may generate a lot less space than a wellness center. It's just the nature of the business. So based on that, I estimate at least 8 spaces.
Does anyone have any other things before we open it up to the public?
No,
Okay, now, I would like our attorney to explain how the public vote is going to work. If you would be so kind, please, and then we'll make a motion for the public vote.
Just at this time, I'm going to allow, if you have questions for the applicant only at this time, and then there'll be a public comment section at the very end. So I don't know, does anyone have any questions of the applicant based on the testimony she gave? Okay, may approach.
Okay, so then should I open it up to public? Just ask them?
You can open it up to, this is the public section where they can ask questions. So it's not a public comment section yet.
We need to have a motion.
No, not at this point, no. You can come up, Mr. Diorio. You can proceed to ask.
Okay, do I need to get sworn in again? Yes.
Well, no, because in this part of the meeting, you're just asking questions. So, yeah, just questions, and then you can answer.
Regarding the parking issue, I have some photos. I just want to confirm that these are customers of Fitness with Easy Fitness with Jeannie. Is that permissible?
That's your question. Okay. Are these customers?
Right.
And you
And what I'm presenting for the record are photos taken,
Are these photographs taken by you?
yes.
Okay. Why don't you just, let me just take a look at them and I'll mark them. Okay.
Just to say your name and address again, just.
Joseph DiOrio, 824 Larch Street, owner of 305 West Clay Avenue, which resides within a 200-foot radius of the applicant.
All right, these are a series of 6 photos that I've marked O-6 through O-11 inclusive. Yes, we're going to show them to the applicant. Can you, Joe, you've taken these pictures?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show these to the applicant's counsel.
And your question for the applicant is, are those
If there are various,
pigments of her?
yes, the question is, are those
Does she
the
recognize
photos take, well, the first question is, does the applicant, and if it's redundant, you have to stop me, but is the applicant aware of a pedestrian right-of-way that exists on the property in which he's conducting business?
I've seen the pictures. Okay. Do you recognize any of those cars as members of your fitness center?
If they're in my lot, then it's likely that they are.
Okay.
There is there's quite a number of different cars, but I think it's safe to assume that they're my customers.
Do you think that we could let the board
Yes.
see those as well?
Or could see those, please.
And then we'll ask your second question in just a second.
And I'm aware of that walkway that goes, the easement that goes underneath the tunnel. And because I found that members were blocking it with the end of their cars or not pulling in far enough, this is when I started putting your keys in a basket, and then I would then move the car into a more appropriate spot.
What's the most recent date on the photographs?
Can we state for the record the date in which the photos were taken? They're on the back of the photos.
Mr. Stevens, can you look at the back of the photo and tell us what date is on there?
Okay. That's 9/26/203. It was 2013.
So September 26, 2000.
September 26, 2013.
Each one has a separate date.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Maybe on the front where it's marked. I can do
Right here.
it.
Oh, here it's on
Yes.
oh, there? This one?
Here, yeah, we'll have
Just
to.
read it to the record so it's clear. O-10 has a date of November 26, 2012, it says. O-8 has a date of May 13th, 2013. O-11 has a date of May 23rd, 2013. O-9 has a date of February 11th, 2013. O-7 has a date of November 17th, 2012. And O-6 has a date of September 26th, 2013.
And I'd just like to ask the witness, so you haven't taken any photographs or observed any violations since September of 2013?
I've been taking the additional photos after the date. However, I have witnessed additional cars parked over the pedestrian right-of-way.
I gather you're opposed to this application?
Here to ask questions of the applicant.
Yes, it's
Oh,
his
he's
way
not,
first.
he's not testifying.
He's just asking a question.
Is the applicant aware that the cars that are parked over the right-of-way?
Absolutely. I'm aware.
Have there been any reports, either through the police department or other means throughout the time you were in business, that vehicles are parked over the right-of-way?
Yes, and they're addressed right away. So, and then I instruct or advise the client or the customer of not blocking the walkway. And with turnover, sometimes it happens. If I receive a new customer or a client that's not aware of that, not blocking the easement, then they may do that on their first occasion, twice, or their second or third, but then they're advised that they can't park there, and they try and not do that. They don't.
Is the applicant aware of any similar like properties in Roselle Park that have pedestrian right-of-way that run through the area which would be for parking?
I am not aware of another. I'm not aware of another business or location where there's an easement. No.
Is there a traffic study prepared by the applicant this evening?
No.
Is there a licensed land use planner who will be testifying that the application is consistent with the zoning and the borough's master plan?
No.
Earlier it was stated that, well, in the application it states that 12 spaces would be applied, or is being applied for. In testimony, it was stated that it was 15 spaces. May I ask, is it 15 spaces? Just
Yes.
the applicant, it's a point of clarification for the applicant. Is the request now an amendment for 15 spaces as stated in testimony? In the application it states 12.
If it states 12 in the application, I'll have to go with the 12.
Is the applicant aware that the application before the board, if approved, stays with the property? Meaning, that, are you aware that if the variance is granted and you move on to a bigger and better place, that the variance stays with the property?
I am not aware of that. I thought that the variance was with me and Easy Fitness and not the property itself.
Yeah, you call it a legal conclusion, maybe she's not.
May I ask about the attorney?
Yeah, I think that's right. She's not going to really know whether a variance runs with the land or not.
And then, just a point of clarification, we're allowed to come back later to offer opinions and additional information?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else willing? Okay. And just state your name and address again. You would not have to be sworn in again since you're on the phone.
Chris Tusi, 324 Locust Street. I'd like to question the applicant. She stated that she has a box with keys and she moves the vehicles herself if they're illegally parked.
I do have a basket on the front desk, so if a client can't move the car, I'll move it.
So do you remember last month when I called the police on 3 separate occasions when vehicles were blocking your crosswalk?
I recall now on that occasion it was snowing outside. It was snowing and there's signs posted on clay that the car should not be parked when snow covered. So our goal was to not violate that law or that sign or get in any trouble. So we took the cars and we put them in a manner so that they were parallel to that easement. There were 3 cars or maybe 2 cars that had their tire on the white line, and a police officer was called out, and we moved the car over an inch. The car in front of that was moved over about an inch. Prior to that, prior to that, I can't remember any other incidences where the police were called out to move the cars.
I absolutely dispute that on that day. The street
No,
is not...
you're just asking questions right now.
Well,
You
okay.
can talk later about that.
Well, she says that the way the cars are there, that's not true. These
Okay,
officer-
yeah, right now, sir, just ask questions, and then if you want, you can come back later during a comment section.
Were you aware that the ticket was issued that day to a car blocking the crosswalk?
I'm not aware that a ticket was issued that day.
You were aware that the car was parked into the tunnel?
No, that was not brought to my attention, no. I
So
wasn't
you didn't
aware.
come out and move that vehicle as you stated you do?
If it were brought to my attention that that car was there and blocking the easement, I would have.
Well, it was because I called the police and I was out.
No, just questions. Just questions, please.
As I don't know how else to word it.
Well, get answered.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Just name and address, please.
Amber Reyes, 126 Roosevelt Street, and I am within the 200 feet of the property. I wanted to ask, are there shower facilities and locker rooms separated for gender, since this is, I guess, being deemed as a gym now?
No, we did not say that.
No, okay. Would shower facilities and locker rooms be required of the facility?
I stand behind not being a gym, and the space doesn't allow for locker rooms or showers, and that's not the type of business that we have. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to. I'm not sure.
Okay,
For the use
but we're being asked to, let's just clarify what we're being asked to do a variance on. The use of it as she has testified to a fitness center.
A wellness center, or a wellness center that encompasses fitness classes.
So we're not talking gym, but you
As
have a right to ask about.
But as a fitness center,
Right.
and health-wise,
Okay.
I think I don't know if this qualifies as a health permit, that shower facilities would be required.
Oh.
And does the facility meet restroom counts
That
for?
would be a health department, that would be a question for the health department. This applicant stated that she's not sure, so that would be a health officer.
Also, what is the policy, since it's being stated that there are up to 150 members at this time? What is the policy for, I guess what you're saying is the first 20 customers for the fitness classes and the occupants of the building? If you get 21 people there, would you then have to kick people out?
I have not had to turn away any customers. That would be a great problem to have. I think I would be screaming hallelujah if that were the case. I don't foresee that happening, just because I am a very specific, I target a very specific demographic, and not everybody is not, there aren't a whole lot of people who are attracted or want to be a part of that community or that type of facility. So I don't see my numbers getting very big.
But there is the possibility of all 150 clients arriving at the same time.
Yeah, I guess there is a possibility that 150 people could come at one time, but it wouldn't work along with their plan. So people are put on a specific workout regimen, and they're assigned a certain class type, I guess you could say. And so this is how we limit, this is one of the ways we limit the class sizes, so that the trainer or myself can address people in a small group. So can 100 people run restaurant door? Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I can't stop anybody from coming in. If they stick to their plan and what was set up for them, that's not happening.
And your fee structure is for the $35 unlimited classes, massage, and chiropractic needs included.
That's right. The massage, there is, so there's 30 minutes that they can get. If they wanted a longer massage, let's say a 60-minute massage, then that would be a great, that would be a fee for that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wants to ask questions of the applicant at this time? All right.
No, yeah, at the end, yeah. Victor, do you have any testimony on behalf of the board?
No, I've already stated that I feel that based on the ordinance that the applicant would require 8 parking variance for 8 spaces, that this use, the ordinance states 1 per 200 square feet, which is pretty much in line with facilities of this nature. Since it's not a gym. I mean, gyms do require, can go down to 1 per 150, but this, they do, as stated by their testimony, I feel that this has a very large component of wellness, one-on-one training. So I think the ordinance 1 for 200 square feet would apply to an existing building. So this type of use would need about 16 parking spaces. They have about 8. And that the use is pretty close. So you got 2 things you're looking at: the C variance for parking and the D variance. You know, the D variance is pretty close to what's permitted in the zone. It's close. We had to make a determination that it wasn't specific enough, but it's close. So, you know, the things you have to weigh here, I think, does this use particularly fit this neighborhood? You know, does this building and its tenants fit this area and what the complications of the area?
I have a question on your letter. That at one point you state, per the MLUL, the applicant must provide testimony to the zoning board on how this site meets the positive and negative criteria, and also how this application affects the municipal master plan, general public, and surrounding properties. So far, we have heard positive criteria, but nothing else. Are we expected to have information on all of those, or is it?
Well, the negative criteria normally speaks, what is it negative to the land? There's 2 prongs in the negative criteria. I'm giving testimony, and the attorney did brush upon it. And the 2 prongs are, number 1, how does it affect your master plan? Is it something that the master plan doesn't think it permits? So if it was a health and wellness, I feel in a residential zone, it's pretty far-fetched to say that, you know, the master plan permitted this, but the master plan of the town, the first prong is, how does it affect the master plan? The master plan of the town and the zoning ordinance says this is a business zone. And we're making the prognosis that, hey, a lot of these uses are, we feel, are still permitted to be one zone. So in my opinion, I'm not giving testimony for that. In my opinion, I think it's very close to not being negative to our master plan. The second prong, though, is what this board has to weigh. Is there a negative effect to the people in businesses in the area? And that's why you're here as a board. You have to weigh the second prong, the negative effects on the neighborhood and the businesses in the area.
I mean,
to
to elaborate a little bit on that, just reading from the statute, the question really is, can either variance, the use variance or the parking variance, be granted without a substantial detriment to the public good? That's the second prong of the negative criteria.
And I would also like to add that I did look at our master plan, and I found a few things that I thought would be interesting for us to think about as we were considering this. I looked under the land use residential, and the very first thing that it says is preserve and protect the integrity of Roselle Park's residential neighborhoods to maintain them as desirable environments. So I thought that was something I wanted to keep in mind. The second thing was under circulation. It said provide for the safe and efficient movement of persons and goods throughout the borough. And as I was thinking about that, I was thinking about the tunnel and the easement as I was looking at that. And then the last thing was under neighborhood preservation. And what it says is Roselle Park is primarily residential. However, as is the case in any older developed community, problems exist at the edges of existing residential neighborhoods where houses abut commercial and/or industrial uses. Increased buffer requirements and the use of transitional zones help minimize the impact of conflicting uses and protect the integrity of residential neighborhoods. In addition, the zoning map should be updated to recognize existing non-residential areas to minimize potential support for granting future use variances at the edges of residential neighborhoods. And this is one of those that's close. So it's the master plan itself is telling us to be very careful about what we approve, that what we recognize as a non-existing use in a residential area. So those are just things I wanted to.
I think there's a very key point, and that was excellent research there.
Thank you. So.
We could now, if no one has any more, does anyone have any questions for the town's expert, Mr. Vinegra? Anyone in the public? Okay, seeing none, I think we can move to the public comment portion of the meeting.
May I have a motion to open up the public portion? And by Mr. Nietzsche, and second by Mr. Stevens. So the public portion is open for, we're commenting now, right? Okay. Okay, comments. This is, it's your turn to, you can comment now.
What I have, I'm just going to comment on what I have.
Well, you're commenting as you read.
I mean, I know we've been here a long time. I don't want to,
Shall I
when
say
everybody else
the
wants to
timer?
come up here and just say, I don't want to.
Mr. Tucci, do you think you'll be over 7 minutes long?
Want me to read fast?
Yeah, pretty fast. And the only reason I'm saying that is because it's my understanding that at the borough meetings, the council meetings, the public is given 7 minutes. But if somebody wants to give you their 7 minutes to continue, that would be okay too.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Christian C. 324 Locust Street. I am 7 days a week, right across from Easy Fitness Virginia, located at 293 West Clay Ave. I can tell you that, in my opinion, has been a gym since the first day it opened. The owner of the business, Jeannie Mendez-Dolman, states in her biography that she's a certified fitness instructor, that she eats, lives, and sleeps fitness, and that her employees are all certified fitness instructors. Her business card, website brochures advertise their business as a fitness center. Certificate of occupancy for Easy Fitness with Jeannie for her union location was for an aerobic studio, not for a nutritional counseling center. Question is then, when Jeannie Mendez Doman, moved her business, Easy Fitness with Jeannie, and all her gym equipment located about 2 miles from her former location in Union, New Jersey, to her new location at 293 West Clay Avenue, Roselle Park. Overnight, she would give it all up to become a nutritional counseling center and not an aerobic studio as in Union. The sign on the building at 293 West Clay Avenue reads Easy Fitness with Jeannie, the same as it did in Union, not a nutritional counseling center. The windows on the buildings are posted with hours of various fitness classes. I'm sure that the clientele that was taking fitness classes with her at her Union location followed her to Roselle Park, not for nutritional counseling, but to work out in her gym. So the question is, why did she fill out her application for a CEO in Roselle Park as a nutritional counseling center instead of a fitness or an aerobic studio as stated in her union application? And why did the owner of the building, George D'Agostino, also fill out his application as a nutritional counseling center with only 5 to 7 parking spaces needed for the business? The answer to this question is that the area where 293 West Clay Avenue is, in my opinion, is not zoned for a gym. It doesn't have a large enough parking lot at its location that would be needed for a gym. I suspect that the building owner probably knew that you, the land use board, would not approve the application for a gym without the required parking. This parking lot cannot accommodate a gym. The application by both George D'Agostino and the business owner, Jeannie Mendez Dolman, was, in my opinion, appeared to be filled out to try and bypass the land use board by calling the gym a nutritional counseling center because the prior use of 293 West Clay Avenue was for a counseling center for handicapped individuals. And just by coincidence, she also got a waiver on the parking variance by stating that there would be no change in the amount of vehicles using the building as before, which was 5 to 7 vehicles. We've already heard her state that it's at least 15, so she's 3 times the amount over. The prior tenant hours of operation was Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, no evenings, no weekends, and the parking had no negative impact on the neighborhood. The gym, on the other hand, is a 7-day-a-week operation without a big enough parking lot. A petition with about 60 signatures from the neighborhood residents was submitted to the town authorities asking for their help in this matter of a gym being operated in their neighborhood, not as a nutritional counseling center, in November 2012. The borough attorney, Mr. Richard Huxford, mailed 3 letters to the owner of Easy Fitness with Jeannie dated December 7, 2012, January 14, 2013, February 1, 2013, telling her that she was in violation of her September 28, 2012 waiver of site plan review for change of tenancy and advised her to cease and desist her activities at 293 West Clay Avenue. Ms. Mendez-Doman chose to ignore all 3 letters because I guess she couldn't prove that she was not running a gym. On February 15, 2013, the Deputy Code Officer, Carl Pacino, did a visual inspection of Easy Fitness with Jeannie and determined it was a gym, and wrote 2 summonses, one for the invalid CEO, the other for not obtaining a permit for her sign located on the building advertising her fitness business. On May 21, 2013, Ms. Doman appeared in Roselle Park Municipal Court to answer said 2 summonses. According to town prosecutor Richard Huxford, Ms. Mendez agreed to appear before the Land Use Board in June of 2013, but never did. In August 2013, code official Mr. Jesse Outlaw also did a visual inspection and determined that it was a gym and gave Ms. Mendez-Doman 30 days to prove him wrong when he told her he would revoke the CO. Ms. Mendez-Doman again did not respond to Mr. Outlaw's letter to provide him with the evidence that she was not running a gym but a nutritional counseling center as stated in her application. On September 18, 2013, Mr. Outlaw revoked the CO but had to give it back, and the gym has been operating ever since. For the past 14 months, the neighborhood has been invaded 7 times a week with numerous motor vehicles by people attending the gym. The parking is having a negative effect on the neighborhood and other businesses in the area. This is not speculation. By Jeannie Mendez staying open, the residents in the neighborhood got to see firsthand how a gym and the parking from the gym is having a detrimental effect on the neighborhood and the quality of life. Residents coming home from work or shopping are forced to park blocks away from their homes. The pedestrian crosswalk from the Roselle Street tunnel is constantly blocked with vehicles at the gym. The vehicles are parked illegally in the backyard of the gym, which according to Borough Ordinance 40-1603G, they would need to apply for variance or change of use to park there. There has been a balance between the business and the residents in that neighborhood for many years now when it came to the parking of motor vehicles. When MLUB placed a prior business that required only 5 to 7 parking spaces with a gym that requires about 30 or more parking spaces per class, you know that that dramatic change in parking can only have a detrimental effect on the parking for the residents and other businesses in the neighborhood. Roselle Park needs new businesses, but a gym in that neighborhood is not the answer to revitalize Roselle Park. It would only ruin a neighborhood. Please reject this application tonight and give us our neighborhood back to the way it was before the gym opened up. Thank you.
Oh, no, you have more time.
I'm done. Do you need any of the documents I referred to later tonight?
Yes, I would like to see the one where Mr. Atwell says it's a gym. He's a borough official, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to see that.
You want me to look for it while somebody else goes?
Sure, yeah.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
my client to wait till all the comments are done to respond, is that how we'd like to proceed?
Well, she could question them, or you could question them. You should question them after they have provided comments. I think it would probably be cleaner that way.
And as far as my client's rebuttal testimony, we'd like to take that all together at the end.
That would be fine.
Hello.
Heather.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I have a piece of paper, but I promise to make it short.
Get your name and address.
Anna Ortiz, ANA, ORTIZ, and I reside at 122 Roosevelt Street.
Oh, and if the timer goes off, don't just ignore it. Because it must have gone off and I didn't hear it. Oh,
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have lived on Roosevelt Street for more than 24 years, and since this business has been allowed in the location, I can't find parking most of the time after work. A customer of hers just spoke earlier and said that she's stressed when she leaves work, so she goes to Jeannie's. But when I leave work, I'm stressed because I know I'm not going to find parking. And I don't necessarily need to park in front of my house, but I'd like to park on the block, as I have for the past 24 years. This location does not have enough parking. As stated before, although it had been said, there's no way that she fits 50 customer parking cars in that parking spot. And it's kind of ludicrous to even say that that's the case. I was horrified tonight to hear that she's not even at full capacity, because that means that our problem is only going to get worse. This parking problem can also cause a negative impact on my property value. That's a fact. I ask that you vote no to this business remaining active in the present location. There's just not enough parking for the business and the neighboring tax-paying residents. It's also noisy, and it has impacted the traffic negatively on that corner. She is causing stress and anxiety to the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, wait, and please could you stay for just a second? The attorney has a question for you.
You say it's noisy. Can you describe what you mean by that?
We can hear the classes from my house. I can see the building from the house, from where I live.
And you say you can hear what goes on inside the building?
Sometimes I can, yes. And my neighbors have, although I can't speak for them, I've heard the same comments from neighbors that are closer to the board.
Yeah, they can't speak for them.
Okay.
So, thank you. Oh, you found it, okay. Yeah, Mr. Majority, if you want to sit and wait for just a second, you'll be next. Just a minute. Oh, no. Sorry.
I apologize.
I'll pass it down.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Absolutely. Just a second. Yeah, some of them are not applicable. This is.
Have any objection that be entered?
Madam Chairman?
Yes, sir.
No objection to the letters of August 12, 2013 or September 18, 2013. We do object to the December 7, 2012 letter, and this was never sent to my client. I also noticed this is an unsigned draft.
Yeah, I agree with that. That letter is not admissible. We're going to mark, there's two documents I'm going to mark as RP-1, Roselle Park-1, September 18th, 2013 letter from Jesse Atwell, borough's construction official to Easy Fitness, revoking a certificate of occupancy. RP-2 is an August 12th, 2013 letter from the construction code official to Easy Fitness,
right, yes, sir.
Jacob McGill, 612 Sheridan Avenue, Roselle Park. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, viewing audience, members of the board, good evening. Long night. You guys working on time and a half?
Oh, should I set it for 7 minutes? Okay.
I like to
Just
make a
because it's
comment.
you, Jake. There you go. Okay.
Someone gave me their 7 minutes.
Oh, they did.
14.
They'll have to own up to it.
Identify themselves.
They'll have to identify.
So we know they really did. I'd like to make a comment. Mrs. Menendez Goman, a woman, owner of a small business, Jenny Fitness. She provides a unique service for all the women of Roselle Park and at a reasonable and affordable cost. And my next comment is the dance studio parking. Are there restrictions for the dance studio? Thank you. Good night.
Jake, you're just disappointing. Yes. Yes, sir. Please come. Yes. You just have to state your name and address again, please.
Kenneth Reiner, 130 Columbus. Through the plaintiff's own testimony, the day after Thanksgiving, she said she had 25.
I think it was 20, correct? 20.
So that means at least 10 people have to find parking places. U-turns in your driveways. I can't count the amount of U-turns in my driveway. I can't count the amount of double parked cars. U-turns as they're going eastbound on Clay Avenue, they come to Columbus Place, they pull into Columbus Place, try to make a U-turn. You can't do it, and then they back up. My neighbors, like I said, my neighbors, I can't speak for them, but U-turns in there, and there, I have to call the police 3 times for people parking at least a foot, 2 feet into my driveway. At least 6 or 8 times I didn't bother calling the police. It's overwhelming, the neighborhood, the traffic. I'm not saying it's all ours. It could be from the dance studio, it could be from other things, but the traffic is just...
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Does anyone else want to comment, please? We have a couple more. Okay.
Marianne, M-A-R-Y-A-N, and Mansueto, M-A-N-S-U-E-T-O, 305 West Clay Ave. I've been living in that residence for 30 years, and I've never had a problem like I have now. Okay, parking in front of my house or very close to it. Like she said before, I'm stressed every night at 5 o'clock coming home. Most of the time, I cannot find a parking space there. I have to go a block or 2 away and come home. And I know they go in there because I've seen them get out of the car with their bottles of water, their sneakers, their stuff. They're going over there. Sometimes I'm looking outside or I open up the door and I see somebody move. I run a block or 2 away to get my car to bring in front of the house. And I just don't think it's fair. You know, we'd like to have our neighborhood back. She doesn't have enough room for parking, and she just, you know, it's basically the same thing. We're all having trouble parking, okay? And it's our neighborhood, and we would like it back. And we would like for you to put the people of Roselle Park first and not the facility that doesn't have enough parking to accommodate. I ask you to listen to the people who live and work in the neighborhood that have experienced the hardships like we have since she's been here and take advice.
Thank you very much. Yeah, oh, yes, Mary Chief.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please let Mr. Yates.
Oh, and I also heard noise Sunday, and I had my door open and I heard the music.
How far away, I'm not familiar with it, how far away are you from the facility?
Great facility, parking lot, the store, the deli, and I'm right there.
On the other side of the deli? is that-
Yes.
Now, you say the park, how long has the parking been bad?
Since she's been there.
And has that been consistent ever since November of 2012?
Just about.
There's no, it hasn't been, how about late last summer, early last fall? Did it let up, did it get easier?
She's there 7 days a week, like they said, she was supposed to be there 5 days, she's there 7 now. It's even Sunday, Saturday, she come home with groceries. I gotta walk 2 blocks to carry stuff to the home.
I just asked you the question, if you recall, last summer, last autumn, was it bad all throughout that period as well?
It's been bad all along.
Because
The
she was-
last 14 months.
She was closed for 30 days last autumn.
I'm saying majority of the time, yes. We've had problems with parking.
Even when she was closed.
Remember when she was closed, but we've had, I said, majority of the time. Most of the time, when we have this problem, I see them getting out of the car going over there.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you. This is a new person. Hello.
Matt Ferraro, 296 West Clay,
Can you spell your last name, please?
Ferraro.
Thank you.
I would just like to bring to light, as if we all don't know, that I'm a resident in the neighborhood who lives directly across the street from the new facility, as well as the Paragon Ballroom Dance Studio, that the street parking situation has gone out of control. There is no question that the borough of Roselle Park can use more commerce to promote business and more financial revitalization. However, it is also important that such businesses adhere to zoning regulations that are put in place in order to properly manage the well-being and safety of daily suburban life. Parking situation has promoted unsafe conditions by having cars parked at every corner within the yellow curbs, as well as blocked fire hydrants. There is enough vehicular traffic to begin with, along with many small children in the area, and we cannot afford to look the other way on this. One solution that I would possibly put on the table is that the gym, and even Paragon Ballroom, I dare say, could pay some money to the church, which is a block away, for monthly parking that they can use. And that might benefit all parties by promoting a sense of a community and alleviating any safety concerns that arise with parking within the neighborhood. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Did you have something for this person? Did you want to ask him anything? Oh, okay. I think that's already been, this would be something that you'd have to find out from somewhere else, but I think the Church of the Assumption has agreements already with Paragon and Iorio Deli for parking there. I think. I could be wrong.
Okay.
So that's already sort of in place. That's probably why this parking problem hasn't arisen sooner, because of the ballroom there, and because they've had that already in place for years. I think it's been years and years. That's we'd have to talk to somebody about. That's just hearsay.
And Madam Chair, my client and I have just conferred briefly. We would, we don't want you to stop tonight, but we would like to meet in Cary until March to explore the possibility of securing parking off-site for the application. If that's acceptable to you.
Can we just take a small break while I confer with our attorney, please? right, this is a decision for the board to make, but I would like to give you my personal opinion first before we decide whether it's okay to carry it. The summons that you have to go to court for is over a year old, I understand, and in my opinion, there's been a lot of time for you to figure out what to do about this, to get an engineer, to get a traffic plan, to get a planner to help you. So I am not in favor of carrying it another month. Now, what is the board's pleasure?
You can make a motion not to carry it.
Or to carry it?
I think she's asking for, if you like, your input on the issue, whether you want to carry it or not. She's clearly stated her opinion as the chair, but she's putting it to the board to decide whether they want to carry the application.
I mean,
for another month.
if the majority wants to, then no, I will not stop it, but I am strongly suggesting that we don't carry it. Opinions, comments, or do we?
Is there a motion?
Or is there a motion? One way or the other?
Me personally, I would be interested in waiting another month to see what possible solutions we may have. The whole thing is about parking.
It's another kind of like a rock and a hard place. She's,
How much is it right here?
14 months.
well, what I'm saying is I agree with you, okay? On the other hand, there is an attempt to build a business here. And if we think that there's a reasonable chance that she could solve the problem.
See, in my opinion, there's two variations we're talking about. Don't we have to do the variance D first before we can even address the parking? So if we don't pass the...
You don't have to bifurcate the vote. I mean, if you can vote on, more or less, it's really not a site plan on here, but you can include in the D variance the C variance, if you so like. Or you can break out the vote separately. You know, you feel that you can vote. I normally don't like to bifurcate. I normally like to have all the testimony there and vote as an application as a whole. Because if you,
But the application doesn't ask for a C variance. It only asks for a D.
they do any and all, you notice, in your public notice. If they have the any and all catchphrase, you can only include that. If not, then the hearing was... We had a lot of time spent here. But going in my direction where I don't like to separate D variances from C variances, this is a particular piece of property. You know, this is just well suited. The pros and cons, the pro, I think, to letting them come back another month, in my personal opinion, is no matter what goes in here, traffic issue, a parking problem. If they can come back with a long-term solution, not just a 6-month lease, but a long-term lease with the church. Something that can benefit maybe the neighborhood. It's according to how many spaces they get from the church, how well it's enforced, you know.
And how far the church is willing to go. Just to have the priest say, yo, you can park there.
No, it has to be in writing, and it has to be, normally I say 5 years with 2 renewals, you know, 1 renewal, or 5-year lease.
And also, it shouldn't be just up to the priest because he could rotate out.
Oh, no, it has to be right, it has to be
So it's got to
representative
be backed up by the diocese.
of the archdiocese.
So to your point about it being a long term, not just a 6-month thing. But then a question, since the variance would go with the property, the next person may not get along with the church, or the church may not get along, and they restate, they lap off the lease, and then where are we?
Yes, sir.
Just to let you know, when you're talking about the variance, you're talking about this particular use.
Right.
So you're not talking about somebody who comes in and opens a corn shop place.
No.
Something that would offend the church. So it would only be tied to this use. In terms of the duration, you would have to run with the current lease on the property.
When is your lease up?
I have 2 years left on it.
That's okay, yeah, that's fine. With the renewal of the lease, they could renew.
But if you grant a variance, the variance stays with the property. So if you grant a variance on that piece of property, give you 18 set aside for 8 places, the next guy comes in and runs or who knows what out of there, and he's got the parking.
On having those spaces contracted for. If you don't have the contract, then you can't meet the condition of the variance.
You can do that. The only difficulty becomes enforcement again. You have to have people working in the town long enough to remember when for renewals.
And the other thing you have is you have listen, I understand the difficulties of parking in neighborhoods. You have a neighborhood that's watching out to see what's happening. You're going to know pretty darn quickly if there's non-compliance.
Well, your presentation has been so wonderful, but it seems to me that 14 months is a long time to figure out parking.
Here's the problem.
That's all. I'm just.
Somebody's citing 14 months. This application was filed in September.
Well, I heard that from. It's been over a year. Somebody said 14 months, so I just climbed on that.
No, in fact, my office did not file the application. And we took it over in about October.
What are these letters?
The letters are dated September, August, 13. 6 months, less than 6 months.
Well, actually, the ones that we didn't put into, somebody make the motion if you want to. It's just, this is not in testimony, but the letters that you did not, accept, go back much further date.
This came to a head in August, September of this year. And we waited for the board to act on the application. So I don't think we've done enough. And that's why I think 30 days is a reasonable request. And I'll be happy to do it. Or I'm already in touch with the judge. And I'll have to explain the circumstances.
Okay, does somebody want to make a motion? Wait a minute, did we close the public portion?
No.
We didn't close, we're not even ready to do this yet. Yeah. Because we still want to, we've not even
I'm
closed.
not asking the board to stop taking testimony tonight. I'm just suggesting, rather than staying here until 2 o'clock in the morning and hashing out, we would also like to carry the parking issue.
Okay,
Certainly-
but I don't know about the rest of you, but I would take as long as it takes. So if the time is an issue, it's not an issue for me. So we'll go on to the next testimony, please. Sam, it's your turn.
Sam Appel, 112 Roosevelt Street, ATP. I have 2 concerns. One, of course, is the parking. Whenever a class is in session, there's absolutely no parking on the street at all, on Roosevelt Street. And many driveways are getting blocked. People are coming in making K-turns. As a matter of fact, the other night my car was hit, right, a hit and run. And it was, about $2,000 worth of damage. Another situation, another concern is a safety issue. Up by Clay Avenue, coming in onto Roosevelt, if the cars are parked up by the corner, it's a very difficult turn. And if anyone realizes about, a few years back, an individual was hit there and killed. So it is a very dangerous corner. It's not well lighted, and people have to be very concerned with that turn. I have a letter, and he asked me to read it from Warren Wellness, if you don't mind. And again, it concerns parking and noise.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. If it's not your letter, it can't be read. Sorry. If you have comments, you're free to make them. But hearsay is, we can't have people reading other people's letters.
You guys are notarized.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's got to be here to be subject to cross-examination. I'm sorry.
That's right. All right, And that's basically what I have to say about the parking and safety issues.
Thank you very much.
My name is John Mayorelli. I live at 119 Roosevelt Street.
Can you spell it, please?
Mayorelli.
And your address again, please.
119
19.
Roselle Street. This is going to be like a repeat for the fellow. I didn't think he was going to come. Then he said his wife was blocked in. And I live across the street, and he leaves to work 5:30, 5:45. And I don't know if it was somebody that worked there or somebody. It was from the gym, but she called the cops, and I got her out so she could go to the doctor with my neighbor's help because the snow was there. The cop said, "Well, I'll write a ticket right out." I said, "Well, why don't you go up there instead of giving the lady a ticket?" So he went up there and found out that she was in there, and she came out. And I said, "Gee, that's not nice now, you know." And she says, "Well, you're going to give me a ticket?" I says, "No. Just next time, park." She said, "Well, there was no parking in my parking lot." And I'm surprised that she lied, because I go for my walk every day. And there was only one car in the lot. And here I bent over backwards so she don't get a ticket.
You're just making comments now, not questions.
Oh, and I'd like to know why I had one lady in front of my house. I really don't care. I park in my driveway constantly, and I keep the front open. But you could put two cars in, so I told one of the ladies there, and I don't know if they work for you or doing it. And she told me off, and she was like 18 inches in my driveway, and that's not right. If somebody parks there where you kept with two cars, but you're on this guy's driveway and my driveway, so why not park in the middle instead of doing that? My granddaughter's coming home from college now, and she wouldn't be able to do that. I don't care if you passed her license or she didn't, and it's just not right. And I side in with a lot of people, even though I don't. I told a lady, I'll call a cop, but I didn't call a cop. I just let her go on business. I didn't call a cop for the guy that was just here. I can't even pronounce his name, Moses. You know who I'm talking about. Well, I try to be a nice guy, but being a nice guy isn't too good. I have nothing to do. I'm retired. I'm 82 years old. Not even supposed to, but I clean the front of the house. People park, so they can come home. This guy comes home that I'm talking about 8, 9 o'clock at night. And he leaves 5:30, 5:45 in the morning. So I don't know if you should do like, I don't know if it would help, like I did with the motorcycle. The sign, tired of them coming down, the street. They park all their vehicles there. You can't blame them on a Wednesday because you can't park. It's like Grand Avenue. Like I did with the motorcycle place. The sign, tired of them coming down, the street. They park all their vehicles there. You can't blame them on a Wednesday because you can't park. It's like Grand Avenue, Clay Avenue. You can't park like you said. And it is not. So it's a rough idea. So somebody has to come up with a solution of parking. And if I could help you, I would, but I don't know any way at all to help. The one lady should have lied. I'm still not sorry that I said I'm not giving you a ticket. And the other lady was just snotty to me to park where she wants. Sure, if you park in front of anybody's house, you park where I park, we buy places, we all buy places to park. But they shouldn't do that, block your road. I don't know how you would solve it. I feel for you, but.
And I'm willing to work in town and do whatever I have to do.
Oh, can I say one other thing? Why is the snow where the walk is?
Wait a minute, you can make a comment, sir, but not a question. A comment.
It's a comment?
Make a comment. Just ask me the question, not her.
There's snow there, where kids supposed to cross in a crossing guard, which he should report. And he can't come, he's gotta go into the parking spot. And there, you got the Orioles there, you got you there, and the kid's gotta go into a lot. There's no way to cross. Why did you plow the snow there?
Oh, this is because the snow's a big issue everywhere. Yeah.
But where children come, you know, that's a sin. It's a sin. And there's a girl that goes through there with a wheelchair. And it's, you know, not out to bust anybody's chops, but you really gotta look into some things. Because there is, the main thing I think is parking. And I don't know how the dance studio does it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Yes, thank you. Hello.
Hello. My name is Desiree Ortiz. I live at 122 Roosevelt Street.
Thank you. Yes.
I just want to reiterate that parking is an issue. I've lived at 122 Roosevelt Street my entire life, and there hasn't been an issue except for the past year. And when I come home from work, I travel from the city, and the last thing that I want to do when I get home is spend 15 or 20 minutes looking for a parking spot. And as someone else already stated, it is stressful to wonder if I am or am not going to have parking, and I definitely would like to park on my block. And I agree with the chair that there has been plenty of time to amend the parking situation, regardless of when that September letter was sent. The applicant herself has stated that she has a basket in the front of her business so that she can move herself cars that are improperly parked, and so she is aware that it is an issue, and as a business owner she should want to amend that issue and have amended it before affecting the wellness of the entire community, as she said that she cares about. Thank you.
Hello.
Jackie Hurdle, H-U-R-D-L-E, 305 West Clay Ave. And again, with the parking, I have a 45 minute to an hour commute on my way to and from work. Every day I come home, there's no parking. I have to park on the other side of the railroad tracks. I've had to deal with people throwing hot chocolate on my car because I'm not supposed to be over there. I would like to be able to park next to my house. Also, last week I had to come through with 6 grocery bags through the tunnel. I had to squeeze my way through the cars in the parking lot. If you can get 15 cars in that parking lot, they have to all be smart cars. I don't know that the church would work out because she is open on Sunday mornings and the church they're open on Sunday mornings, so I think they would say no to that. Oh, I do have pictures. They get out of their car to go into the fitness place. They park where the yellow lines are, and we even tell them you're not allowed to park there. They don't care. So here's some pictures of them parking.
Would you like to show those to the maybe we can have a look.
There are also spaces on West Clay where you can park 2 cars, and they just park right in the middle of the 2-car space so that only 1 car can fit. And we just want our neighborhood back.
Maybe keep this.
Yes.
Just going to mark these O-12 and O-13. Any objection to?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's okay. Ann Collis, 170 East Clay. I guess I have a couple of talking points to other things that people have said about, like, property values for them going down. For me, on the other hand, I consider it, my property value goes up when there's businesses operating in the town. So it's a positive in that way for me. And then the other thing, I think it's very good for RP. It promotes well-being. I think there's a lot of negativity in RP, and to have a positive outlook on things is rare, and we shouldn't throw that away as a town. Not just being because I like going to Jean's, because I'll go wherever she goes, but for a town it's important. And to keep young families here, I think it's important to keep businesses operating. I don't need to really reiterate how much I like Jean's. We all went through that before. The parking, I've never had a problem with parking. I live 0.8 miles from. I know because I walk. I walk it when it's light out. In winter, I don't, because I don't think it's that safe necessarily to walk down West Clay all the way. But I've never had a problem finding a spot ever. I always park on, I guess.
You mean coming to the classes?
Yeah, coming to the classes. I've never been searching for a spot. I usually park, I guess, in front of, there's like I don't know if it's a law office or something. There's always that whole area is open, always, even now with the snow.
What time do you come?
I like to do the 5:30 or 6 class, and then sometimes I do the 8 class. She changes it up, whatever. On Friday nights, the 5:30 class, there's maybe 2 or 3 of us that go to it. There's certain classes that there's only always 1 or 2 people at. So I can understand maybe some of the bigger classes having a problem. The other issue I was kind of worried about was, so people said that the issue came when Jeannie came here. So how do we differentiate between if the business is Jeannie's, the studio, or both of them together, and then who suffers? Should we shut down the studio to see if it was just Jeannie's, would there not be a parking problem? Is it the combination? Do we have to shut down?
I don't understand what you mean by the
If
combination.
the dance studio wasn't open, would there be a parking problem?
Oh, there wasn't before, apparently, from what the people have said that live in the area.
But, I'm saying the dance studio not being open at all, Jeannie's being open.
Oh, I see, if the dance studio closed.
Right. Is it really the problem, the 2 businesses, not the 1? And then how do you say to one, you can't do it, but the other one can? So how would you know who's really causing the parking problem? And I understand a lot of people are making assumptions that all of the negative things that happen on their block are caused by Jeannie's guests. I live on East Bay. Nobody is going to Jeannie's from my house and someone hit my car. It's not necessarily somebody that's going to the business. And I understand people are angry, and I would be too, if I had a parking problem, but I think it's misdirected a little bit. And I think Jeannie is a very understandable person, and I think if people approach her, or we can approach this in more positive light, then maybe it would have a better outcome. I felt defensive for Jeannie when most people up here spoke, except for the one gentleman back there, and then I felt I would really want to talk to him and work things out with him, but other people, I wouldn't want to do that, and so maybe it's our approach that's not necessarily working.
He's cute, isn't he? I'll be in line right behind you with him. Yeah.
So that's really it. I understand people having a parking problem, but I don't know how we can blame the whole streets issue on her when there's other businesses.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Can I make one more comment?
Okay, and then we have another gentleman.
I just wanted to say,
Just say your name and address again, yes.
Jackie Hurdle, 305 West Clay Ave. We haven't had a problem with the dance studio because we're all home and parked by then. They usually open 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. So I don't feel that they are part of the issue.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Thos Shipley. I live at 824 Larch Street. The last name is spelled S-H-I-P-L-E-Y.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment, just in everything that I've been hearing this evening, and just something overall. I just feel like just to make things, to clarify for myself, and just I feel like things are getting just a little confused. And just want to state that for myself and what I'm hearing is I don't think it's not so much an issue of anything against her personally or the quality of the business. The bottom line is that the business, as it stands, violates the code. And the parking is an issue. The business demands more parking than is available. There is a safety issue. There's definitely, I drive through there all the time, and driving, sometimes it is perilous because snow is one issue at this time, but again, this has been going on for a while. And the issue with the variance with the crosswalk, I've seen that numerous times, seeing kids come through, seeing cars moving in and out of there. It's just, I just can't believe that you actually have parking in a place that's, various. There's no way you can avoid not having to pull over the crosswalk to park. You can't do it. So, and the other issue in terms of hearing the attorney suggest that this be held over, I just would like to express my, how do I put this? I'm just losing my notes here. I just express that I am totally against that. The people of this town are more important, and they are suffering and have suffered for quite a while with this issue, and this is an opportunity to resolve this. That other, in terms of finding a solution to this, and I just want to say I wish her well. I think it's great to have a great business in this town. I used to live in Manhattan for 25 years, and zoning and having, your quality of life and what is situated near you and under you is everything. And it's not so much that you don't so much want the business, dislike the business. It's just a matter of, you want to put things for the quality of life in a town, for the quality of the town, for the property values. Now that I own a home, you want to put them in places where everyone wins. And I think it's great to have, a business, positive attitude and all these things, but it needs to be in the right place. And I don't feel that this is the place for it, and it violates the variance, or violates the code.
Thank you very much. Hello again.
Amber Reyes, 126 Roosevelt Street. I, again, with a lot of my neighbors that are here, and I think it is great that a neighborhood has come together till 11:30 at night to voice our opinion, and I hope that we are heard. I would like to present some more photos. On the back of each photo are dates. I do have photos of when the studio was closed, October 4th, and it does have parking available. So I'd like the board to review that as a reason of the issues that we're here tonight for.
Could you show those to the applicant and then have them vote here, please?
I won't get too much into the parking because I think it's been addressed by all the other residents. I also am concerned with public safety at the easement. According to the site plan, it says that the easement is faded. It would be nice at least to have it painted so that maybe it's better for the parking. I don't know if it is possible that that area could be curbed so that it would prevent cars from going over that area. I think parking should have been resolved today. Residents have been facing this issue since 2012, when residents had filed the initial petition.
That was, you're saying that there was a petition filed by residents?
Yes.
And that date was October 12, 2012?
I think it was, I don't have the exact date on me, but I believe it was in 2012 prior to the business opening.
Oh, before the business, oh, okay. And what, and that, You have a copy of it?
Well, the first page with the date on
You
it.
can't look at a petition, oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Okay. I was just trying to say that so if it was before she opened, how did you know what the problems were going to be?
Because we saw signs for Zumba fitness and assumed that it was group fitness that would interfere with parking.
Oh, okay, so the usage was the objection first of all, before parking issues?
For parking,
Okay.
but we knew it was going to be an issue.
Okay.
November 16th, 2012.
Oh, okay.
I also live within 200 feet of the business, and I have witnessed loud music, clapping, and yelling within the business. I do not see that the benefits of this variance at this property oversee the parking issues, the noise, the increased traffic, and public safety. I urge you to rectify this situation at once. Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you. Just a minute, please. I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking at. Andrew? Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking at. Can you help? Yes. Okay.
This is a car that's parked well into the yellow.
What's the date on the back?
March 27, 2013.
So that'll be 014 they have that?
This is another example of cars parked within the yellow.
Within the what?
The yellow.
Oh, yellow. I thought you were saying LL, and I thought, what's it? Okay.
There's been issues of cars parked to the corner of the street.
I'm just going to go through this one at a time. 015 is dated September 24th, 2013.
This is an example of how when the business was closed for the temporary period, that there were parking available.
And that's October 4th, 2013.
And the same.
And this is also
16, sorry, this is 017, October 4th photograph of a red truck on the street. You know what street that is?
That is Roselle Street.
Okay.
All right, now we have January 7th, 2014.
Again, cars parked all the way to the corner of both Roosevelt Street and West Clay.
Yes, I see that right there and there. Yeah, okay.
Close 17.
Okay, let's keep with the January. Here's January 22nd, 2014. Sort of.
This is a car, this is a car, and that is a car all the way to the corner.
All right, this to me is I can't. Okay. All right, how about this one?
This is the same evening and the same street. There's a car and a car.
Okay, this one, January 22nd, 2014.
This is with the snow.
And then this one is September 24th, 2013.
Again, to the corner.
Of both corners, again. Okay. So I'm going to give you this one back.
Okay.
Thank you. How are we doing? Is there any other comment? Can I, Mr. Deere. Hello, again, just name and address, please.
Joseph DiOrio, 24 Large Street, owner of 305 West Clay Avenue, 3200 feet of the application, the applicant. Bear with me for 1 second, please. I want to provide some additional information as part of my concluding remarks. One is, and I want to focus on not just the parking, but the use and the pedestrian right-of-way, because this is what makes this application unique. As I asked before, there was a question that I posed: are there any other properties similar to this one that has a pedestrian right-of-way that cuts through private property? There's one other, which is on the other side of the tunnel. In that situation, you have a fence that protects pedestrians, bicyclists, strollers, whoever is walking in that area from getting hit by vehicular traffic. Additionally, there was an arrangement made by both property owners on that side so that one property owns the entire parcel and the other one doesn't. So in this situation, you have, it's very unique. There are no protections for the individuals that walk through this tunnel. That's why, in my belief, that the prior uses, the photography studio, the repair shop for computers, was low intensity. You did not have the high safety issues that you do now with the intensity of the use. Additionally, irrespective of whether there are additional agreements, and as stated prior, this issue has been going on since the end of 2012, regardless, you would still have a use that's an intense use that stays with the property in perpetuity. So no matter who's there, granted, we wish all of our businesses much success. However, if this business leaves, as it did in Union, and goes elsewhere because of growth, another one comes in, and all of a sudden you have an issue of whether it's a gym, whether they have to follow up and get a lease agreement, whether anyone remembers that there's such a lease agreement. It poses too many issues that affect the neighborhood. The statement was posed that the neighborhood would be watching if such an agreement would be granted and the use had changed. Well, the neighborhood had been watching for the last year or more, and we're appealing to the board to not grant the variance because of the specific circumstances that this is placed in. Granted, we have a photography studio, art studio, something with a low intensity. I don't believe you would have the same response that you do with the folks that are here from the neighborhood. I point out a couple of issues that I believe are pertinent. When this application when the waiver of site plan review for change of tenancy was presented, it was submitted
Are you talking about the September 26th, 2012? The waiver of site plan review for a change of tenancy?
There was a letter by the attorney at that time, Paul.
Mr. Renaud?
Yes. Do you have that as?
No, I have.
I have a signed letter from him when this application was originally submitted.
September 24th letter, Joe?
September 27th letter, 2012.
24.
I had his submission of the application when he represented the applicant. September of 2013.
This was September 27th, 2012, when the request for change of tenancy was submitted to the borough. In that, it states that it's the applicant's belief that the uses, I'll quote it directly. The waiver is appropriate because there are no alterations as opposed to the change of the exterior building dimensions, as we mentioned earlier. The proposed use is permitted in the B1 zoning district, which we now, based on the interpretation, have determined that it's not a permissible use, and that the proposed will not increase parking requirements over the previous use. The previous use was the Center for Family Services, a daycare facility for the development of the disabled adult community. The parking was much less than what, the parking needs were much less than what's being proposed today. I'd like to submit this. And in addition to that, while the permitted use was a center for daycare for the developmentally disabled, there were also issues concerning the pedestrian safety by vehicles trying to cross or park along the pedestrian right-of-way. Here's a transportation van. The facility would transport its clients to and from their homes.
Madam Chair, I understand I want to object, if only because we have hearing about complaints about prior use, and I don't see how that relates to this application. He's complaining about incidents that occurred with a prior tenant on the property, and I don't see how that relates to the current use or proposed use of the current application.
Can I submit this
Yes.
letter?
Okay, can you show it?
Show the letter to the attorney, please.
I have no objection to the letter. It was the testimony.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Understand.
Focusing back on these, while the neighborhood.
Just a minute,
While-
let's just get this into edit.
Sorry. I have the, this is certificate of occupancy and the waiver that was,
What's the date?
date entered, this is the date entered. There is no date signed off, but the date entered is 10/5/12.
I'm just going to enter this September 27th, 2012 letter from Rob Bernard to the zoning board of Mark 0-20, which the applicant has.
And now what are you talking about now?
And then there was the waiver of site plan review for change of tenancy. That was also, was entered on 9, I can't remember, but it's 2012. But I'll-
Do you want it? Yes.
Actually, I'm sorry, the top of it says 9/26/12.
9/26, yeah. Okay. So is it this? Oh, okay. Because if it is, we have this.
There's two, this.
No, I don't have the other part.
There's a cover letter that accompanied it.
Oh, okay.
That's Mr. Reynolds' letter. And then there's a second attachment.
Okay, thank you. So this is the one
Where did these come from?
No more requests.
Oh.
We'll mark these O-21 and O-22. O-21 is a waiver of site plan review for change of tenancy. Change to an open request. Dated September 26, 2012. And then O-22 is a business certificate of occupancy. Measuring these properties.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd like the board to consider the uniqueness of that we have a pedestrian right-of-way that's affecting the people traveling to and from, regardless of whether there's parking security in another location or not. On the issue of parking, I'd like to provide a copy of a front page of a resolution that was reflecting a meeting of September 22nd, 1999, and October 27th, 1999. In the application that was made before the board, there was testimony. I'll read number 5. Should I provide this first?
Yeah, you just tell them what it says first.
Number 5 says, an adjoining owner testified as to parking problems detriment to his property, detriment to neighborhood and zone, and objections to the application. Objector's attorney participated at the October 27, 1999 meeting. The person who objected was Mr. D'Agostino, George D'Agostino, who is the owner of Railroad LLC, who's the owner of the property of the application. The reason I'm bringing this to your attention was even the owner of the property back in 1999 said there was property problems in the area. Now, the same property owner is presenting an application asking for a waiver of parking requirements.
Do you want to?
It has some relevance. Can you show it to the applicants?
Fortunately, Mr. D'Agostino's not here this evening, so.
I'm going to object to this because, number one, Mr. D'Agostino is not identified in this document. It simply says the adjoining property owner, we have to get this explained for. And this apparently has to do with his own piece of property.
The property that's, the application is not my property.
Okay, if he's not named in those minutes, that can't come in. That's the end of it.
Can we see it though, please?
You can see it, but
You said it's
it
page,
doesn't identify Mr. D'Agostino. Can't really admit it.
And people attest that were there on those dates, attest to that.
I mean, if they came in, yeah, here tonight.
They're here, but I'm one of them.
was I on that board that time too?
I don't even know.
Oh.
It's a long ago.
Not only that, we're talking about facts and circumstances that occurred 15 years ago.
Yeah, I think it's too distant, it's too long ago. I don't see him named in here. Him being Mr. D'Agostino. You know, it's not really, can't admit that.
I'd also like to, in my concluded remarks, mention that on September of 2013, there was a reference in a Facebook posting that stated, at the Mayor Council meeting, the owner of the old Alberco building, Hawthorne Street by the basin, asked, among other ideas, would be in favor of developing the property as a small age-restricted 55 and over efficiencies. What do you think? And it posed questions to people on Facebook. So the Alberco location is on Hawthorne Street, which is in walking distance of the applicant, less than 5 minutes. I'd like to submit this too. While people support the issue, there were several of those that identify parking problems in the area. So I'm presenting this because the parking not only affects what we do today, but in the future, if there's development in the area, it will also affect parking in the neighborhood. I don't know if I can.
Can you show that to the applicant's attorney, let him read it and make any objection he has?
Yep. And I highlight areas that, of those that identified as having issues, presenting issues regarding parking.
Well, since the witness isn't identified in the document, it's a hearsay source document. It's what other people are saying. They want to come in and testify.
And it be known for the record that there's consideration before the governing body for a senior citizen senator within walking distance of this area?
Well, as to this being the Gmail, it has some Facebook posts. I mean, it's clearly hearsay, so they can't allow this.
What's your next point, Joe?
There's a reference in there that there's consideration for senior housing in the neighborhood.